All right, we'll go ahead and get started, I guess. We're approaching 9:15. There's at least one person I still suspect will be coming in to join us, and several other folks who indicated they were coming to be audience members. But thank you all for coming. This is the workshop to begin discussing benchmark reference points, potential benchmark reference points for Gulf Menhaden. I'm with Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission. If you haven't met me, I can't imagine that, but I'm Steve Vanderkoy. We completed the stock assessment just this past fall, and as a result of that, indicated that we need to begin to look for potential management measures. The industry is going through MSC certification right now. So all these things kind of line up to have a workshop like this. We tried to bring as many stakeholder representatives directly to the table. We've got management, we've got industry, we've got NGOs, we've got experts who can provide us a lot of good background information. We're going to go through a whole suite of ideas, topics, and we're going to be led by Dr. Mike Jones. He's going to facilitate. The way this is going to work for the most part is we're going to pace based on how Dr. Jones thinks the conversations are going. He is the facilitator. He's going to direct us a little bit, giving us incentive, hopefully helping us chase not too many rabbits down holes. But I think this is a good opportunity to kind of voice concerns, voice ideas, be creative, and we'll just see where it goes. We've got 2 full days available to us. I don't know how long we realistically expect this to take, but what we don't want to do is rush. So when you're at the table, please use the mics. Push the button, red light comes on, you're on. When you're done, turn it off. If the conversations get a little bit out of hand, too many people are trying to talk at once, Dr. Jones has the ability to cut everybody off and say, all right, hold on, that's his gavel. Come, let's bring it back. We will have opportunity for audience to provide some comments, input. I guess if you have questions or want clarification along the way, feel free to raise your hand and indicate you want a chance to speak. Please use at least your first name and a short affiliation. I'm John with Alabama. I'm Trevor with Mississippi. Francois with Daybrook. That way we can make sure that we record for our purposes for reporting who kind of provided what information. It can get quickly lost how we arrived at an end of a discussion, who said what, how we got there, whose idea it was, who, we want to be able to pursue this in the future, and having that information is just vital. So please, help us out with a name and affiliation. That way anybody in the audience, if they can't see directly who's speaking, they at least know which direction to look and see what's going on. As far as the people who are on travel with us, if you've not traveled with us before, ask questions. We provided you an expense report as an Excel file. Use that, fill it in, send it back to us. If you need help with it, let us know. We don't need receipts for meals, but there's a formula on the travel authorization for how meals are to be allocated. That per diem is for you to use as appropriate. We need receipts for cabs, airfare, the hotel, obviously. But again, if you have questions, let us know. Try to get your travel in soon. When we get done with the meeting tomorrow afternoon, by the end of the week, beginning of next week, if you can begin to get the travel in, you can send it electronically by email to Alice Wilhelm. That's her current last name. I get confused. and we'll process it. We're not like traveling for the council or for NOAA. When you get your travel in, you'll get a check within a week or two at the latest. We pride ourselves in getting that turned back to you. So again, any questions, just, email us. We'll help you get through that. There's a lot of food in the back. Feel free to go browse and forage some more. And biological breaks, the restrooms are out in the hallway out here. You just go out the door and immediately left if you haven't found them already. And I think that's it. We'll do introductions. Again, I'm Steve, and there's a couple other staff. Joe is our IT guy in the back there. If anything's not working, he can fix it. If he can't fix it, it's obviously your problem. Debbie is our staff assistant. She's helping us take notes, keep track of things. If you need anything, feel free to bother any of the three of us. And everybody probably knows Dave. He's in the back there, our executive director at the commission. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and Mike, you just take the reins and go where you want to go. And we will break for lunch, and depending on how fast we move, realistically, probably an hour and a half for lunch. If you eat here in the hotel, it will take that long. The food's good, but they're slow.
So we'll aim to break at about noon.
Wherever the natural break is in the discussion, we'll work accordingly.
Okay. Well, thanks, Steve, and welcome everybody. It's going to be an interesting conversation, no doubt. We're going to start. Well, first of all, there are paper copies of the agenda on the table back there. I think Steve advised me that you had all received electronic copies of the agenda, but there's a paper one there if you want to remind yourself what we're going to be going through today. The first item on the agenda is introductions. Steve has sort of done the welcome. So I'm going to start that process. I'm going to introduce myself so you know a little bit about who I am and what possible reason I might have for standing at the front of the room today and tomorrow. And then we'll go around the room and have each of the people at the table introduce themselves, and then we'll invite the observers to introduce themselves as well. So as Steve said, my name is Mike Jones. I am a professor at Michigan State University in East Lansing, where I co-direct a center known as the Quantitative Fisheries Center, which I've been doing for about 14 years now. I've been at Michigan State for 23 years. I'm actually Canadian, born and grew up in Vancouver, British Columbia, went to school there, and in the mid-1990s, joined the Canadian brain drain and came to the United States for a high-paying academic job. Still haven't found it, but I work in mostly Great Lakes fisheries management. I have also done quite a bit of work in the Pacific Northwest, particularly in Alaska. And my work has included a lot of quantitative work related to what we call management strategy evaluation, which you are going to hear about later today, and trying to devise ways to use our quantitative understanding of fishery systems to inform good decision making. I have also had quite a lot of experience throughout my career, both as an academic and prior to that as a consultant, working in workshop situations like this, facilitating. And I was invited to facilitate a workshop about 4 years ago to discuss the development of a process for working towards ecosystem-based management goals for Atlantic Menhaden, sponsored by the Gulf States counterpart on the Atlantic coast, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And I think it was that experience and Amy Schuler, who many of you probably know, working with me on that got her to point Steve in my direction. And so that's sort of why I'm here. And hopefully I will be able to, with a somewhat detached view on Gulf Menhaden, since until 3 weeks ago I knew virtually nothing about them, I will be able to help to guide you through the conversations that we're going to be having today and tomorrow. So again, thank you all for coming. And let's start over here and work our way around. And I'm going to frantically write down people's names so that I can remember who you are as you go.
All right, my name is Kendall Dix. I'm with Gulf Restoration Network. I'm a former chef, so I know almost nothing about fisheries biology. I'm here to learn, maybe ask some dumb questions, but I work with chefs and fishermen to advocate for good science-based federal fisheries policy.
My name is Ben Landry. I'm with Omega Protein out of Houston. Been with the company probably 14 years now. So, been on the MAC for a couple of years now, I guess. So, just willing to be as helpful as we can to this process. We participated, as best we can on the Atlantic coast. So, between Peter and I think we could be helpful. Thanks.
Fernando Martinez, Texas Parks and Wildlife. I'm in Corpus Christi, and I'm a fisheries analyst.
I'm Jerry Mambretti. I'm with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and the Dickinson Marine Lab. I've been involved with the Menhaden fishery from Texas for over 20 years. I've been with the GMAC for over 20 years.
Jason Adrians, Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries, in the finfish program there, and Louisiana's member on the MAC.
John Maresca, Alabama Marine Resources. On Dolphin Island, I'm a fisheries independent supervisor.
Trevor Moncrief, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. Been dealing with fisheries management and science for my entire academic and professional career so far, which is relatively short-lived as of this date. And then, I'm biological program coordinator for the department.
Hi, Francois Cattell, president of West Bank Fishing. We're a Menhaden harvester out of Empire, Louisiana, delivering to Daybrook Fisheries.
I'm Marin Hawk, the Marine Stewardship Council. I'm based up in Washington, D.C., and I'm our fisheries outreach manager, so I work with fisheries companies that are going through our fishery assessment process.
I'm Dave Shigaris with University of Florida. My background's in stock assessment and ecosystem modeling, and also sit on the Atlantic States Ecological Reference Points Committee for Atlantic Menhaden as well.
Robert Leaf, I'm an assistant professor at the University of Southern Mississippi, and I've been involved in CDR 63 and 32, and have a pretty active research program with the Gulf Menhaden.
I'm Peter Himchak, fishery scientist for Omega Protein. Been there for about 3+ years. Yeah, been a long time. Prior to that, I had a former career as a fishery scientist for New Jersey Division of Fish and Wildlife for 39 years, and I retired and then pursued a new career. Thank you.
I'm Chad Hansen, a science and policy analyst for the Pew Charitable Trust. This is my 11th lap with them. I'm based remotely in North Florida, and prior to Pew, I was with the state government in Florida for about 10 years doing research and management.
All right, let's do the folks at the back of the room if they could. Thank you.
I'm Jerry Alt. I'm a professor and chair of the Department of Marine Ecosystems and Society at the University of Miami's Rosenstiel School of Marine Atmospheric Science. I work on the theory and application of quantitative methods to assess the response of fish stocks to fishing, exploitation, environmental changes, decision-making under uncertainty, and spatial ecosystem models. So glad to be here.
I'm Dave Donaldson, Executive Director of the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission.
I'm Meg Oshma. I'm a PhD student at the University of Southern Mississippi.
I'm Gavin Rhodes Harrison, President for Daybrook Fisheries for the last 3 years. Daybrook is a large division of the Oceana Group back in South Africa, and I've been with Oceana for 20 years.
Randy Paucine, I'm here for the Free Croissants, and I'm sure my reputation precedes me.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So the next thing to do is just to check in with you about whether we need to consider any changes to the agenda that you received. Are there any requests to make modifications, additions, or I guess deletions from the agenda as proposed? I don't think we're following any types of procedural rules here where we have to have a motion to approve that or anything, so we're good. We have an agenda and we will go forward with it. Okay, so I want to spend a little bit of time now talking about my sense of what it is that we want to accomplish over the next day and a half or 2 days, and the sort of process that we're going to use to try to accomplish that. So this is what I've sort of adapted as the sort of overall goal. It's also written up here, so we'll have it in front of us as the day progresses. The words I used were to review and evaluate options for defining reference points for Gulf Menhaden fisheries and to discuss their implications for management. So that's, as I see it, sort of the big picture purpose that we want to sort of continually remind ourselves of as we go through the discussions that we're going to be having today and tomorrow. Within that, then there's 4 or 5 things that I think are kind of specific tasks that I'm going to call workshop objectives. One is we want to spend some time discussing why we might want to have reference points, what the purpose of reference points are, so that we get onto a sort of a common space for that. We want to spend some time, and I'll argue if it's not already patently obvious to you why this is important, but we want to spend some time reflecting on what an appropriate set of management objectives would be for the Gulf Menhaden fishery, with the view that that's a critical ingredient of thinking about reference points. We're going to spend a little bit of time refreshing ourselves on the current status of that Menhaden fishery, sort of a summary of the results of the most recent Menhaden assessment. And then we're going to talk about a set of potential reference points, some candidate reference points, ones both that have been discussed within the CDAR process and the assessment team there, but also some ideas that are going to be shared with us from some conversations that I know that Peter and Robert and some others have had with a world expert on reference points and management strategy evaluation, a gentleman by the name of Doug Butterworth. And then, as I said in the statement of the overall goals, that we're going to think about what are the management implications of having reference points for Gulf Menhaden, because obviously that's important for thinking about the wisdom and the appropriateness of pursuing the development establishment of reference points. So that's what I see as our overall objectives for the the discussions that we're going to have over the next day and a half. Does anybody have any comments on that? Yes. So again, can you just, I know this is going to get a little tedious, but just Peter,
Omega Protein.
Thank you.
So just as a point of clarification, and throughout the benchmark assessment, when we came to the benchmark issue, first question Amy asked was, well, what are the goals and objectives of the management program for Gulf of Mexico Menhaden? So in the FMP, I mean, there are pages on goals and objectives. And, you know, what goals and objectives, I'm trying to distinguish between those goals and objectives and the workshop, you know, which are all about reference points. So there's like obvious overlap, but I get the sense that there's a hierarchy of what is the goal of management, and then the reference points would follow. Am I making myself clear on that?
Yeah, I would agree with what you just said, that there is kind of a hierarchy, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes, so that there's an important connection between sort of a sense of what the objectives are, broadly speaking, for the fishery, and what that means for identification of benchmarks and reference points. So I think I completely agree with you. Yeah. Any other questions or comments on our objectives here? Okay. So this is going to be a little bit repetitive of some of the opening remarks that Steve made, but I just want to lay out some sort of my sense of how we want to proceed through the discussions we're going to have. And the first thing I want to emphasize is that, maybe it's self-evident, but this is a conversation. We are going to have a number of presentations, but the important part of this meeting is going to be when the people sitting around this table share their ideas and discuss them. We want to, I think, Kendall, you said something about I might ask some stupid questions. I love stupid questions. Stupid questions are the questions that tend to get the most interesting discussion going. So feel free to ask stupid questions, all of you, and not stupid questions as well. I'm going to try, as we go through the discussion part of the meeting, to sort of capture what are the sort of key points on flip charts, and I want you to remind me if you feel like a key point is being made and I'm not capturing it, so to get up there. We do have other means. They are recording this meeting, so it's not like what I write on the flip charts is going to be the only record of the meeting, but in my experience, what you see written at the front of the room is an important reflection of what your sense is of what is being discussed and what is being resolved in the conversations we have. So pay attention to my, unfortunately, I'm not a very neat writer, but I will try to write big, and hopefully you'll be able to understand and read what I write. Now, I made I wanted to make this point that the people in the back of the room are here as observers, and Steve indicated in his opening remarks that if you have a sort of a burning question, particularly point of clarification, do feel free to raise your hand and we'll entertain those questions. But we will have an opportunity at the end of each day for the folks in the back of the room to offer any comments they might have on what they've heard during the day. Yes?
I wonder if I can make an amendment to that.
Chad Hanson with Pew. Perhaps before we break for lunch, maybe we could ask for opportunity for public comment if it fits with the flow of the meeting, just so they're not sitting in the back and have to wait for their whole end of the day to go back to something that was presented earlier.
That's a great idea. It's a great idea. Sure, we can do that. We'll sort of when we have the natural breaks in the meeting would be an opportunity, luncheon at the end of the day. Very good. Okay, and then sort of some just sort of general rules of engagement. These are, again, fairly obvious, but just to emphasize that our task here is to be hard on the problem and not to be hard on the people. So be mindful and respectful of divergent points of view with regards to this and most issues that we spend time like this talking about. Both evidence and values are really important for the definition of objectives and the definition of reference points or benchmarks or what have you. It's also useful to distinguish them. So we need to think carefully about the distinction between ideas that are being presented that reflect values and ideas that are being presented that reflect sort of an interpretation of evidence. So that may or may not be an important aspect of what we converse about in the next day and a half, but it's an important general point to think about when you're dealing with a process like this. Try to keep your comments as concise as possible. It's more my job than your job to make sure that happens. If I think somebody is being unhelpfully long-winded, I will try to steer you towards a conclusion, but I'm not too concerned about this. There are other meetings that I have attended with a very culturally diverse group of people at the table, and sometimes we do have some moments where we really have to rein in very, very long-winded comments. I don't sense that that's going to be a big issue here. You guys, I think, tend to be pretty concise. Probably I'm going to have to do the opposite, get you to talk for longer rather than less, but we'll see. And then we'll also, and this again is sort of my job, where many of the people around this table are scientists or are trained as scientists. Scientists have this inherent tendency to want to get into the weeds, to want to talk about the minutia of a technical issue, and we will try to avoid that, because that's not going to be, for the most part, constructive to our end purpose here. So again, that's as much my job as anybody's, but I'm just warning you that when I think we're getting into the weeds, I will probably point that out. Okay, so that's sort of my sort of surmise of the process that we're going to be going through. There's going to be kind of an interspersion of conversations about things like objectives and management implications and presentations, and that this is mostly with regard to that sort of conversation part of the meeting. I think my next slide is moving on, right? So the next thing on our agenda, Steve, that we wanted to do was to hear from MSC about reference points. And I'm wondering, is this good timing for that? I know at least one of the presenters is 2 hours behind us time zone wise, and so it's pretty darn early in the morning. But,
yeah, she says she's online, so I can ask her to join us.
So we're ready to go? Okay, fantastic.
Hi, this is Pippa. I just want to say I'm online and I can hear you guys all well. So if you're ready for me, I'm good to go.
We are ready for you. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Great. So,
all right. So, sorry, go ahead, Marin.
Thanks, Pippa. So Pippa's on the line. She can introduce herself. And we kind of have a joint presentation. So I'll talk a little bit about MSC in general, and then Pippa's going to dive into some specifics about reference points. So Pippa, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, so apologies again. I'm coming from Seattle, and so we got hit with this crazy snowstorm that's quite unprecedented, so I'm sorry that I can't be there. But I am on the what we call the Science and Standards team at MSC, so we work on the certification processes and the actual standards themselves, and so that's why I'll be kind of talking to the reference points today, and our team works closely with Marin's role to really kind of supplement the program. Oh, good for you to go, Marin.
Okay, thanks, Pippa. Sorry, I was just having a side combo. So we're going to give you
no worries.
We're going to give you control of the slides when we get to your part, just so you know.
Cool.
Okay, so next slide, please. Oh, do I? Oh, sorry. Oh, I get to control it. Excited. They were right. All right. Great. So this is our presentation outline. As I mentioned, I'm just going to give a brief overview of the Marine Stewardship Council and the fishery assessment process. And then Pippa's going to dive into some specifics about reference points. She has some examples, and then she can talk a little bit about key low trophic level fishery requirements. And then we have some time for discussion and questions. And I'll also pause at the end of my section, just in case you guys have some more general questions for me as well. So our program, the Marine Stewardship Council, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it. We are a global program, and we have many different facets of that. There's a fishery certification, a chain of custody certification, which ensures that the seafood is traceable. We also have an eco-label licensing team, and then obviously some fisheries choose to put a eco-label on the end product. So it's not just about fisheries in our program, it's really a pretty wide view of fisheries and the seafood industry in general. And again, just a global program, we have about 330 fisheries that are certified today. And this is just a map of all the different areas around the world where we have certified fisheries. So now I'm going to dive into the fisheries standards specifically. We are a third-party independent fisheries standard certification program, which means the third party actually does the assessment. So MSC, me, myself, and Pippa are completely separate from the fishery assessment. It is an independent auditor that conducts the assessment and works with the fishery partner or fishery company to do that. The different principles that are assessed during this process are up here on this slide. The first is the sustainability of the stock, so that deals with the target species. The second deals with the ecosystem impacts of the species, so non-target species as well as habitat impacts. And then the third principle looks at the effective management of the entire management system. That includes enforcement and compliance as well. This is the complete default assessment tree. So when a fishery enters assessment, they will be assessed under these 28 different performance indicators. So it's a very complex and comprehensive program. Generally, it takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months for a fishery to be certified, and that's because the auditing team has to collect quite a bit of information, talk to stakeholders, and determine how the fishery is scored. Each principle, again, is split up so you can see under all the different principles what those different categories are. In order to pass an assessment, each performance indicator, so all of these 28 different boxes, has to score above a 60. And the average of the principles has to be above an 80. If that score is not met, then the fishery would not pass assessment. And I'll talk a little bit more about this next. So the theory of change is kind of what our program is based on. fisheries come into the program, and then over the time span of their certificate, which is 5 years, they are expected to continue to make improvements up to this 80 level, which is considered best practice. So PIPA and the standards team works to ensure that our standard stays at that global best practice level, which is what that 80 level is. And then the fishery will be scored anywhere from a 60 to 100. And this is a score of 0 to 100, so we're kind of working in the upper echelon of what a good score is. Make that clear. So if a fishery scores between a 60 and an 80 on any performance indicator, then a condition would be placed on the fishery, and that means that over the lifespan of the certificate, again, they have to make improvements to that 80 level. If they score between an 80 and 100, that's considered best practice up to the state of the art, and so there would be no condition placed on that performance indicator. Yes, Chad.
To Chad with Pew. So is it certification, is it a time period? Is it a 5-year, 10-year certification? Then they have to renew some way, so you got to go back and reevaluate?
Exactly, yep. So after the fishery is certified, the certificate lasts for 5 years. They do have an audit every year to make sure that no significant changes have occurred in the fishery. And then after the 5-year certificate is up, they would enter reassessment and kind of go through the whole process again.
Just to follow, often does it happen that they don't get renewed, where they fall off the map and standards? Excellent question. If a fishery during a surveillance audit hasn't met the milestones and conditions that were laid out for them, then the auditor can suspend them. That kind of goes into a different process. So we do have some fisheries that are suspended, but that's not falling off of the 5-year timeline. They can put a plan back in place to get back their certificate. Some fisheries choose not to enter reassessment, and then they would just withdraw from the program. So there's 2 different ways you can exit the program. Yep.
Kendall from Healthy Gulf, also previously known as Gulf Restoration Network. Did I understand that correctly, that when a fishery comes in to MSC to be evaluated, it's evaluated based upon how it changes sort of over time rather than having sort of initial benchmarks that allow them to sort of enter the MSC process?
No, sorry, that's not correct. Okay. So the fishery must meet our standard, which is set on global best practices. And that's why the average of the principal has to be an 80. Some of those performance indicators can fall below an 80 because as an average you can have some above and some below. And then those things that are not at the global best practice are what needs to be improved over the lifespan of the certificate. Yes, Peter.
Marin, are you speaking about the client action plan and what is required of the clients each year?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And Peter's talking about, so when the fishery is certified, they work to put a client action plan in place, which means they have different milestones to meet the conditions throughout the 5-year certificate. And so when they're audited every year, that is when the auditor checks to make sure that they're following the client action plan and staying on track. And then if they fall behind, that's when we go into the suspension process that Chad brought up. Any other questions?
Sorry,
yeah, no worries.
Are you fine with questions as we go?
Yeah, totally fine. I'm almost done with my part, so we'll pass over to Pippa soon. If I get it to work. There we go. So just back to this assessment tree. This, again, is a default. Different fisheries can use different assessment trees. Most fisheries use this one, just to clarify. And today we'll be talking about Principle 1, which is the target stock. That's where reference points fall under. And with that, I'll pass it to Pippa.
Thanks, Brian. All right. Oops. Let's see. Okay, I have control now. Sorry, I'm hitting my arrow and it's not going to the next slide. There it goes. Okay. So as Marin pointed out, we have these 3 principles, and today we're going to be focusing on Principle 1. And mainly, I'm going to be talking to you about the specific performance indicators where we will see reference points come in. And so this is performance indicator 111, which actually deals with the stock status, and then performance indicator 124, where we look at the assessment of the stock status. So this I literally pulled from the standard. So this is the scoring table used for performance indicator 111. And you'll see that we have 2 scoring issues. The first relates to the stock with regards to the point of recruitment impairment, PRI. And you'll notice that we have likely, highly likely, and high degree of certainty in bold. And this basically relates to the degree of certainty that you know that stock is above that point. And the recruitment impairment is kind of the lowest point you want to go before there's adverse effects on the long-term viability of the population. And then scoring issue B pertains to maintaining the stock at a level consistent with maximum sustainable yield. And so we only score at 80 and 100 here. And at 100, there needs to be a high degree of certainty that the stock is actually fluctuating or above this level. So as far as values for looking at the PRI and for MSY, we do have some default values outlined in our standard. The first being that in order to be at that highly productive MSY level, your BMSY needs to be about 40% B0, so that's B0 being the unfished state, and your PRI should be about 20% B0 or half of BMSY. I will note that if you have actually analytically determined this for your specific stock, then those are the values that should be used, but if there's you know, a need for any additional precaution, then these values can be deferred to. And I'll also note that these default values really pertain to fisheries with average productivity. So if you have something that is short-lived, highly fecund, or anything that's possibly longer-lived, slow reproducing, then these values may not be appropriate, and you should probably make justifications for why you're going to alter those. And I've also put here that further details in the MSC guidance. So we have the standard, which is like that scoring table I just showed you, and then we have a lot of background information for assessors. And so we have a lot of example cases, further information, the really kind of techie in the weeds information. So it's always a really good reference material. Also, because we're a global program, we don't want to just be explicit and say that this needs to be met, because then we might affect accessibility of other fisheries. And given the range of fisheries that we see in the program, we want to make sure that we're not, you know, potentially cutting any fisheries off that just might use a different method but still achieve the same result. So we do allow for the use of proxies in the program, with the same understanding that you need to maintain that fishery above the PRI and also be consistent with MSY. So I just have a few examples here on the bottom of where you might see some of these. So if it's crustacean fisheries, for example, we'll see catch per unit effort or landing per unit effort. Sometimes you might see mean fish sizes used as a reference point for exploitation level. And then we also have an example in the guidance of actually looking at the historical state, so where the stock is at, you know, a certain time relative to the unexploited level and how likely that is to be close to BMSY. So there is flexibility there. Again, I just say those are examples because, again, with really wanting to be a global program, we do allow for a range of different fisheries and reference points to be used. We also allow the use of F, so fishing mortality. And so we can look at the recent trends in F to then look at how you would score. And I've really summarized it here, but if you are to use F, then the scoring 60, 80, and 100 then refers to how long F is likely to have been at or below FMSY. This is the second performance indicator that I noted, PI 124. So this is the actual assessment of stock status. So it's one thing to have reference points in place in a fishery, but at the same time, you need to make sure that they're actually appropriate for your stock. And so those types of considerations come into play here in 124. So again, we look at in scoring issue A, how appropriate the stock assessment is with regards to harvest control rules. We're also looking at how the assessment takes into account uncertainty. We want to make sure that there actually are reference places that are in place and they're appropriate for the species category, whether it's been peer reviewed, and then at the 100 level, whether it's been tested to be shown as robust, and that it's basically been rigorously tested. So I was also asked to just give some examples outside of the region, but first I just wanted to kind of go over this really basic kind of comparison of conceptual models. So on the left here, we have the United States, and then on the right, we have ICES, which is the International Council for the Exploration of the Seas, and they're the ones that provide management advice for the European Union. And I just wanted to highlight this because I'm sure as you're all familiar with the use of reference points, there's many different terms out there. Basically, what I want to show is that we're all trying to get to the same place. We want to be in the green, and we want to avoid the red. So regardless of which terms that we're using, those are, you know, kind of the basic status: green light, go; red, stop. And I wanted to highlight ICES because I have a few examples. Being headquartered in London, we have a number of fisheries in the program from Europe. So I just wanted to kind of give you just an idea of how they handle this, because they take basically what they call an MSY approach or a precautionary approach. And they don't always necessarily calculate BMSY. What they calculate is an MSYB trigger. So this is a trigger reference point. Sometimes it's called BPA if they're using their precautionary approach. And it's basically at this point, you know that you have a degree of certainty that you're not going to hit that B limb, that lower level there that goes into the red. So this would trigger management action if it were to be reached, and they apply the same when using fishing mortality. So now just giving you some global examples. I try to pull not only from a global perspective around the world, but I try to also pull different species. And so just kind of going around the map here, we'll start with the Norway safe. You'll see that I provided an example. So they determined for their stock that F limit as well as that F precautionary, again, that trigger reference point. Underneath there, I have the Peel Harvey crab. This is a really cool use of a proxy reference point. So they actually implemented traps for their fishery, and then they had a reference period from which they actually determined the optimal trap catch rate and trap catches. And so that's the proxy that is used in the fishery for assessing that PI 111. For South Australia sardine, you'll notice that they actually have quite precautionary reference points. Their target there is 75% B0, and their limit 37% B0, although I do note that they use the default MSC values for scoring. Jumping to the top with Alaska salmon, again, a proxy was used here, so their limit reference point is actually based on a sustainability and escapement goal. This varies by stock. We'll go down to U.S. West Coast groundfish. This follows more of those default limits that I outlined, 40% and 25% B0. The skipjacks there, their SBF is basically the spawning biomass in an unfished state, but the reference points kind of fall in line with there as well, and they also provide an F-based reference point. And then New Zealand hake, hoki, ling, and as well as Argentine hoki, again, kind of falling in where those default reference points come in. On the east coast of the U.S., we have redfish, haddock, and pollock, and they have what they've determined for a B target and a B max, and so they've based their fishery on not the same B0 base, but their assessment that's appropriate for their stock. And then Scotian shelf snow crab, they actually based off of carrying capacity K, and their K is what they hold to be consistent with MSY. And again, this is just like a small handful of some of the fisheries, but again, I want to give you a range of what we might see come through the program, because we do have, everything from small scale fisheries up to large industrial fisheries, and so we see quite a few different ways of going about this. Next, I'm briefly just going to go over our key LTL requirements. I mainly wanted to do this because we do have a separate scoring table for key LTL species, and because you might have heard of the Atlantic Menhaden assessment, which is a key LTL species. So you might be wondering, what is a key LTL species? I have several slides on these I didn't throw in here mainly for the sake of time, but basically LTL stands for low trophic level stocks. So these are stocks that maintain kind of that lower trophic position. They're typically faster growing, they exhibit schooling behavior, but then we designate and we have criteria in our program to identify those that we call key LTL, and those are basically the stocks that play key roles in their ecosystem, whether that be because there's predators dependent on them, they're an important conduit for energy in the ecosystem. And again, I haven't highlighted that. If you have any questions on that, I'd be totally happy to answer those. But for right now, I just wanted to highlight that if you go through our criteria and determine that it's not key LTL, then you will be assessed against that scoring table that I showed you previously for performance indicator 111. However, if it is a key LTL stock, there's actually higher management requirements that we have in place. And then we have basically a modified scoring table for PI 111 that we call 111A. And this is what 111A looks like. And you'll notice that instead of saying the point of recruitment impairment, we now have in scoring issue A, ecosystem impairment. And then in B, it's the stock status in relation to the ecosystem needs. And again, this is reflecting those stocks that play these key roles in these ecosystems, and where a precautionary approach is definitely needed. And again, we still maintain that likely, highly likely, and high degree of certainty. And for scoring issue B, we still only score at 80 and 100. So as far as what these actual higher management requirements are, So we actually do outline a default biomass target of 75% B0 for these species. However, we do allow modifications to this. So we do allow a higher or lower target level down to 40% B0 if it can be shown through either empirical data or a credible ecosystem model. That the first is it doesn't have these kind of larger ecosystem impacts, so it's not impacting abundance level of more than 15% of other species and trophic groups by more than 40%. And then at an individual level, it's not reducing the abundance level of any specific species or trophic group by more than 70%. As in, oops, slide didn't move. Oops, sorry. As with our other scoring, we also allow the use of proxies here. The main one that we've highlighted is the use of F again. And so some work by Tony Smith detailed that either using a 0.5 M or half of FMSY would result in the same basic outcome, if you will, of having that 75% B0 default target. And I'll just note that this is FMSY was determined in a single species context. And again, these values can be departed from, but those same ecosystem and individual requirements that I outlined previously would also apply with this. And again, we have further information in our guidance on scoring of using F and what would meet 60, 80, and 100. And the same intent is there, that we're just basically not seeing adverse ecosystem impacts from fishing this species. So here are just some global examples. I'll be honest, I lost a little steam when I was making this presentation, so I've only highlighted 4 here. So in Iceland, our Capeland fishery is a KLPL, and they actually use an escapement strategy, and so they have a B lens. Going to Atlantic Menhaden, this is one that is currently in assessment, and they have come out with their public comment draft report. So if you're interested, you can find that on our website. They did not meet the 75% B0 target, and said they opted to show that through an ecosystem model, they could have a lower target. And so they have a target of 46% B0 and a limit of 20% B0. Argentine anchovy did the same, and you'll note that their target reference point is 66% and limit 40%. And then we have krill who actually hit those requirements spot on, and they have a target reference point of 75% B0. And that is the presentation. Oops, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
I have a question. This is Kendall from Gulf Restoration Network. Can you remind me again how many fisheries that MSC certifies?
So we have over 300 certified. I think Marin's figure showed like 330. It changes honestly every day because we have some that are in assessment, some that are certified. But yeah, we're around the 300 level.
About how many of those don't have any catch limits at all on the fish that are being caught?
Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head because we typically do see fisheries that do have reference points. The areas where sometimes there are difficulties, like right now I'm looking into octopus fisheries, determining reference points can be really difficult for those kind of annual short-lived species. But really, again, we do allow for the use of proxies, and so, yeah, sorry, I can't really say off the top of my head how many don't have catch limits, but what we do see is some that don't have your kind of typical default reference point.
If you had to guess, would it be like 5%, 10%, 50%?
Ooh, gosh. I'd say maybe 5%, and the reason I say that is because, again, like a lot of our fisheries do have reference points. They don't really have difficulties with kind of having that for assessment. I will note too that we do have what we call the risk-based framework, and so that's for fisheries that are kind of data limited, and it basically utilizes information that they have in a stakeholder approach to go through different metrics to kind of get to how they would score on P1. There are fisheries that use the RBF, so in that sense, may not have catch limits, may not have hard reference points, but I don't know the percentage of fisheries that use RBF, but it's not like 50% or something along those lines. It would be lower.
Are those all LTLs, or is it just sort of stock, fishery by fishery?
What do you mean if it's all LTLs, those without catch limits?
The ones that don't have catch limits.
Oh, I definitely want to say it's held to LTLs. A lot of LTLs are typically small pelagic, so you'll see reference points, the difficulties coming in line with environmental variability. But, where you might see difficulties are ones that maybe come from a developing area, or perhaps ones that isn't, a big target species, but there's still a fishery on it, so they're still working on, getting the information maybe for the fishery. And again, so they utilize that RBF. They have a lot of information out there, but it might not be those hard quantitative limits.
Okay, just one last question. Sorry, I know I've asked a lot, but would you say that the Gulf of Mexico is a low data fishery for when it comes to?
I wouldn't make any.
When it comes to.
Well, again, we don't just generalize an area, so it depends on what stock it would be going through for assessment, what information is had. And also, again, we're third party, so I wouldn't be the one necessarily actually doing the fishery assessment. So that would be really for the conformity assessment bodies, a CAB that would be doing the assessment. So oftentimes fisheries will actually go and have what we call a pre-assessment done, and that will give them a rough idea of how scoring would look, maybe areas for improvement, that type of thing. So if there is any, concern if a stock is, could or could not be assessed against MSC, a pre-assessment is always a good way to go.
And Kendall, just to clarify, we at MSC are not doing the certifying. It's a third-party independent assessor. They're called conformity assessment bodies, and they're actually overseen by a company in Switzerland. So they use our standard to assess the fisheries, but nor PIPA nor I are kind of involved in that. And so it's not MSC doing the certifying. Just wanted to clarify.
Oh, yeah. No, I get that. Thanks.
So just my sense of your question, Kendall, was would Gulf Menhaden the Gulf Menhaden fishery be viewed as a data limited situation? That's kind of what you were asking?
Right.
Yeah. And I don't know whether Marin or Philippa, you could speak to that, or whether that's really not your purview.
Yeah, it's really...
Well, it is... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Marin.
Oh, you go ahead, Pippa.
Well, to say Gulf Menhaden is currently in assessment with MSC, and we are awaiting the publication of their public comment draft report. So I don't want to speak for what the assessors have done, but when that does come out, you can really take a look at how they've analyzed the data that they have. Because again, it's not like Marin and I are sitting and doing these analyses, since we make the standard and then it's applied in these assessments. So that information should be forthcoming, so that way you can take a look and see what information they had. You can participate as a stakeholder if you're concerned if anything's missing. So I would just say the PCDR is coming. It'd be really great to look at it.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Just a comment. This is Robert Leaf, USM. It's not a data limited species. No.
Thanks, Robert. I figured that there were, even though it would seem to me like asking Marin and Philippa to answer that question. I totally get you're not the right people to answer that question, but I appreciate you, because it did seem to me like that it is evident that there's quite a lot of data relative to others. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the pre-assessment state was favorable, which induced the clients to pursue the full assessment for MSC certification.
Anybody else have questions for? Yes, Dave.
This is Dave Shigaris, University of Florida. This may be the first stupid question, but is MSC certification voluntary, and what are the consequences of not being certified?
Yeah, it's completely voluntary. So if the fishery will choose to enter the program. Generally, it is a market-based program, so customers of the fishery are asking them to be certified. And that's typically why fisheries enter. Yeah.
Any other questions? So I actually had written down here, maybe talk a little bit about what the motivation is for industries, for fishing communities to get MSC certification.
Sure, yeah. So there are a couple different reasons. One of them is, and I think Ben can talk to this as well, a market. Your customer has asked you to become MSC certified. That's a large one. Another is some fisheries, like in Australia, actually have chosen to come into the program so that regulations and the government management will stop regulating them as much, and that's been their driver. And then in some of the smaller scale fisheries, they would like increased access to markets. And then in those small scale fisheries, they've also seen a lot of improvements in the communities where they've gotten certified as well. So it's kind of widespread, depending on the fishery.
Right. Yes.
I'll just kind of add, and Francois, you can jump in here as well. It was a market-based decision, at least from the Gulf Menhaden standpoint. It wasn't any effort to influence management, to indicate that a third-party independent group had certified the fishery as sustainable. It was more trying to be the first to market in that fish meal, fish oil space, to differentiate ourselves in the global market. And so that's what drove, at least the Atlantic Menhaden and the Gulf Menhaden decision by Omega. Daybrook can comment as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think for us it is an important market indicator in our, certainly in Daybrook's sales program, and certainly for some of the corporates. I know when Omega was listed and Oceana certainly has a push towards increasing certification of its fisheries that it's involved in. So both of those play in here.
Yes.
Question, this is Kendall again from Healthy Gulf. Is it, if an aquaculture facility was looking at getting certification, would their feedstock from, say, if they were using Menhaden or something to feed their stocks, would they need that stock to be certified to have the aquaculture facility certified?
Yeah, so if they wanted to get Aquaculture Stewardship Council certified, that is part of that standard. If they were using another aquaculture certification, I'm not sure about those. It sounds like Pippa has something to add as well.
Oh, no, I just want to clarify just what Maureen said. So that's all good.
And Omega is owned by an aquaculture company, is that right?
We're owned by a global seafood company. So we have divisions that focus on aquaculture. We also have a number of wild-caught species around the world. And Omega Protein is one of those probably 5 or 6 different divisions. But yeah, I mean, we're involved in salmon aquaculture.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Jed.
I got one easy question, maybe one not so easy question. This is Chad with Pew. So what is the timing of that public assessment report that we can expect? Does anybody know when that might be coming available?
Sure, it's been with Omega Protein. As I understand it, we're in the public review now. So, I'm sorry, in the peer review process now on Gulf Menhaden. So the certifying body that we selected was SAI Global out of Ireland, and they've done the assessment. We worked with Daybrook and a number of stakeholders to develop a client action plan, and that's currently with the peer reviewers right now.
Will that become public or at some point in time?
Yeah, so what happens is a public comment draft report will be released, and then there's a 30-day, at least a 30-day public comment period, and then the assessor will take back all those public comments and look at the report, possibly revise the scoring, that kind of thing, and then a final report would be released with their decision. So I would anticipate within the next 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
Would be my,
so maybe my not so easy question. Looking at the ecosystem principle, and I don't know the process too well, what they all look at. I'm assuming bycatch is probably an important aspect of that, and what they're catching and how much. So can you describe that process and what they actually look for in that realm of bycatch in general, and what kind of monitoring they typically like to see to be certified and that sort of thing?
Sure, Pippa, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, so today we talked about Principle 1. So really bycatch is really looked at within Principle 2. And so not to get too techie, but within Principle 2, we separate it out by basically whether a species is primary or secondary, and that's dependent on whether there are established reference points for those species or not. And then within each primary and secondary species, we do look at management strategies placed for those fisheries. We look at the information that's used to look at the effects of the fisheries on those species. And then we also have what we call like an outcome performance indicator. So making sure that for, primary species that are above their reference points, but it also comes into play there. That's where the bycatch would come in. So that's looking at the impact of the stock that's being assessed, that fishery, on those species. We also have our Principle 3, which deals with effective management, and we also have monitoring and compliance under there as well. So there are ties between Principle 2 and Principle 3. I don't know how much in the weeds you want me to go, or if that suffices to answer your question.
I think that's good. I guess I'm kind of interested in, as part of the condition, does MSC require in some cases to have additional sampling or different more monitoring on fisheries or restrictive caps or to try to meet that principles, either Principle 2 or Principle 3?
Yeah, so again, since we're not the ones doing the certification, so the CABs, the conformity assessment body that will be doing the assessment, will go through and do scoring. And so there have been instances where I've seen a CAB place a condition on the fishery looking for increased observer coverage because basically the information PI didn't score an 80 or above. So there are times that things like that do come through. Sometimes the CABs can make recommendations, so it's not a hard condition that has to be met, but the recommendation to the fishery, perhaps regarding management. So again, we're not the ones stating this, but the conditions will be based on the different scoring issues and performance indicators. So I don't know, but perhaps afterwards, maybe Maureen could send a link to you guys with the standards. That way you can see kind of what those scoring issues look like. And again, when the PCDR comes out for the Gulf, it's good to always see how the standard's been applied, because that also is a really good learning experience.
Yeah, and in the public comment report, the assessor will very explicitly state why they scored the fishery away the way they did. So it's all in there when that comes out, yeah.
So I think it might be worth just reminding us as we sort of process this very interesting sort of summary of the MSC process, is that our workshop today is about reference points, not about MSC certification. And this is just really important context to what we're here to talk about. And so I don't want to sort of tell you, stop talking about things that aren't relevant to our conversation, but just remember that that's the context in which we're thinking about this. And in that regard, I do have a question that I'd like to ask, which is, in Pippa's presentation, she shared a lot of information about examples of kinds of reference points related to things like B naught or FMSY and so on. What I wasn't sure I saw was the way in which you evaluate the actual application of those reference points in the management of the fishery. So presumably, to put a sort of a glib example, if you had a fishery that had reference points but the management agency completely ignored them, you wouldn't want to certify in that circumstances. So I guess I wonder if you could just comment on the sort of linkage that you build, which we'll be talking about later, between the definition of a reference point or a set of targets or limits and the actual management process. And maybe that transcends the third component of your certification.
Yeah, I'm assuming Pippa can.
Yeah, so I would say it is kind of related to what we touched on. So if you have reference points, let's say you have an F-based reference point, and you're seeing the CAB is looking at this fishery and assessment and seeing that F's been greater than FMSY consistently, that's going to impact the scoring in that PI 111 table that we showed, because then you can't say with a surety that you're maintaining the fishery around a level consistent with MSY. So if those reference points aren't being applied or being ignored, that does impact scoring in PI 111. It also goes into that PI 124, that assessment of stock status, because if you have a reference point and if it's maybe not being applied, that then comes into the question of, is that actually appropriate for this stock? And so that's really what that performance indicator is trying to get at. It's not just one thing to throw up a number and say, okay, yeah, we have a reference point. It needs to actually be appropriate for the stock. It needs to take uncertainty into account. It needs to be robust, basically. So I think it is picked up. And for example, in fisheries, especially in Europe, with things like sardine and herring, there's been high Fs greater than FMSY, and it's led to changes in scoring during surveillance audits that then end up result in a score less than 60, and so it's led to suspensions in those fisheries. And again, that's because the reference points were not adhered to.
Right. So in that case, it's sort of the evidence from the performance of the fishery would suggest that the reference points, as you just said, weren't being adhered to. I guess what I was wondering is sort of the situation where, in fact, there's no evidence that the reference points that you were considering or proposing had historically ever been violated or were currently being violated, but there was no process in place to ensure that they wouldn't be violated in the future.
I think that gets into
I think
3. Go ahead, Pippa.
Yeah. So we do look at in P3 that effective management. So whether there's like long-term objectives, and so it could, and the compliance and enforcement, whether there's no citations in the fishery. So it comes in through that way. But I think it also comes into play elsewhere in P1 in the harvest strategies as well. Making sure, again, that your harvest strategies are appropriate for the stock, which would include that. I think would also come into play again in 124 on the peer review of the assessment. So ideally, this shouldn't just be something that's set and then forgotten for 20 years. You should be looking at it, maintaining it, making sure it's still up to date with the stock and how the fishery is going. So I don't think we per se have an explicit scoring issue, but holistically, it does get to that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, a couple of, yes, Chad.
Yeah, Chad with Pew again. And to your point, Mike, that you referenced, we're not here to talk about MSC and reference points, but there is a direct relationship, and I would assume that what comes out of this workshop should feed into that MSC process. I would assume, rather than looking at the reference points, benchmarking against the reference points that are existing now that were not necessarily agreed upon in the stock assessment. So I think it's kind of all entwined, and I'm assuming industry would like to get reference points that would meet those standards from MSC. So
I completely agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's trying to keep those things on
not
tangles.
suggest. I didn't mean to imply that the MSC was sort of not salient to our discussions,
right, okay.
But that every aspect of MSC certification is not part of the purview of this discussion. The part of it that's about reference points and harvest practices is what we're really about here.
Right. Okay. I appreciate it.
Robert, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just sort of a comment and a question. Seems like the determination of the reference point and the harvest control rule is very much in the context of the life history and the characteristics and the biological characteristics of the fishery, and that proxies, when justified, are seemingly totally acceptable given proper justification. In the sort of the broad scope of the trying to get a fishery certified to this standard, are there any, and I think this may help guide our discussion a little bit, are there any proxies that have been looked at and just because of the nature of the proxy, not the value, been considered to be inappropriate? Are there things that, as we move forward in our conversation, we should say, well, people have tried to do this. We find that generally it's not reliable for it, no matter what the value is. Have you had that conversation with maybe the assessment group, or I don't know if you could speak to that?
To my knowledge, we haven't identified any that, okay, these have been problematic. Realistically, if they're problematic, they might point to either not being appropriate for the fishery that's being looked at, or whether there's a correct, time series to judge whether that's correct or not. But we, as an organization, haven't, made a list of, okay, we won't accept these proxies. And again, the assessments really fall to the cabs that are doing it. So because, again, we are a global program, we don't want to be explicit and say, okay, this isn't allowed, because while it may not work in fishery A, it could very well work in fishery B.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, Kendall.
One last question as it relates to MSC sort of knowledge about how sort of like other fisheries work, because I think we're all pretty used to sort of what's going on in the Gulf here. And I know that you guys don't do the certification, but I was wondering if you all were aware of the prevalence of bycatch monitors in net fisheries sort of around the world. Like, of all the places that you study, like how many net fisheries don't have like onboard bycatch monitoring?
I don't have any numbers, but So right now we've entered into our fishery standard review, and so we are reviewing all of our principle 3. That's one of the things, and so we are looking at vessel monitoring. So I think some of that information will be gleaned in there, but I don't have any hard numbers on how many net fisheries have video monitoring or not.
And just to add to that, as part of the standard, there is a requirement to have some level of bycatch characterization so that you can identify the impacts on that bycatch. So that's just kind of woven into the standard.
And is that usually self-reported or independently monitored?
It varies heavily depending on the fishery.
Peter.
I just want to mention that the Gulf of Mexico Menhaden purse seine fishery is a Category 2 fishery under the ESA listing, and if an observer approaches a vessel either from the Marine Mammal Protection Act or the Endangered Species Act, that ship has to carry that observer from National Marine Fisheries Service.
Okay. Well, thank you, Maren and Pippa. Thank you very much for sort of stimulating this conversation. And you are going to stay with us. So, Pippa, are you going to be able to stay with us?
Yeah, I'll just put myself on mute, but I'll be here.
Okay, fantastic. So that as we enter into conversations, I'm sure there will be various points where your input would be really useful. Our next topic is objectives, and I think what I'm going to suggest is that we take a 5-minute. It's on. Okay, before we dive into the next agenda item, a couple of folks arrived moments after we began the proceedings this morning, and so I would like to ask them if they could just briefly introduce themselves for the rest of the group.
Hi. Okay. I'm Ed Swindell. My company is Gulf Marine Process Incorporated, and I'm also a member of the Gulf Menhaden. the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. I've been in the Menhaden business all my life until retirement in 2007. So that's who I am. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ted Benker. I'm the Conservation Director for the Coastal Conservation Association in the national office, headquartered over in Houston, Texas. And we've been really active on the Atlantic side on Menhaden. And regarding this is just kind of an educational experience for myself. We do have some people that have followed it for years, but I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Welcome to come to Sure.
More elbow room back there, right? More elbow room back there. Okay, anybody else? I think that's everybody. Yeah. Okay, so I kind of alluded to this earlier, and what I'm going to do now to set the stage for a discussion and to get input from all of you around the table is I'm going to hopefully not too much bore you with some lecture material that I have used countless times over the years to teach students about structured decision making. And we're not in a formal structured decision making process right here, but some sense any process that involves trying to develop ideas that inform better decision making is in some sense a structured decision making process. And one of the most crucial steps in any good structured decision making process is to clearly articulate what your objectives are, because the objectives help you to decide where you want to go. So this is a slide that says step 2, and you're sort of immediately saying, well, where the heck is step 1? We just did step 1. Step 1 is what we call sort of problem framing. But step 2 in a structured decision-making process is the definition or articulation of objectives. And as you all know, objectives are, let me just slide this back because I know Kendall can't really see the screen here. But objectives are what you really care about. Objectives are where we want to go. And a well-defined set of objectives is enormously useful in helping you to inspire creative alternatives or choices that you can make to achieve those objectives. It provides a basis for comparing how well different alternatives that you might be considering, in this case, those might be reference points or harvest rules. And it helps you to explain any choices that you ultimately make to others. Why did you decide to do this? Well, we did this because we felt this would be the best way to balance a set of competing objectives that were important for the management of this particular fishery. So without objectives, it's basically impossible to determine which choice is the best choice or the better choice. Basically, we need to know where we're going in order to decide what we want to do. And this is a mildly humorous anecdote from Alice in Wonderland, where Alice counters the Cheshire Cat and says, would you tell me please which way I ought to walk from here? And the Cheshire Cat says, that depends a good deal on where you want to get to. And Alice says, well, I don't much care where, said Alice. And then the cat says, well, then it doesn't really matter which way you walk. As long as I get somewhere, Alice added as an explanation. Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat, as long as you walk long enough. This is sort of a metaphor for the, thank you, Steve, for the notion that if you really don't know where you want to go, you don't really have a purpose, and it's really difficult to decide what the course of action is. So when I think about objectives, and when we talk about objectives in a minute, we will invariably suggest a set of objectives that fall into two different categories. And the first category is what I refer to as fundamental or ends objectives. So these are those sort of broadest statements of what you really fundamentally value or care for, what you ultimately want to accomplish. In order to address the question of fundamental objectives, of whether something is a fundamental objective, we would ask a question like, why is that important to you? So you've said that's your objective, why do you care about that? And the answer to that question helps to shed light on whether this is what I would refer to as a fundamental objective. And then there are also a whole set of objectives that sometimes people tend to conflate with alternatives, which are the means objectives, the things that you need to accomplish in order to get to your end goal, to your fundamental objective. And so in the example I've got here, which is a recreational fisheries example, is that the fundamental objective might be to maximize the satisfaction of recreational fishers that are harvesting a particular fish population. And a means to that end, I don't think that's me, no. A means to that end would be to maximize the abundance of the fish that's being targeted by the fishery. So this is not a fundamental objective in that context, the way I've framed it there. This is a means to that end. And so you can sort of think about the relationship between these two things as when you articulate a means objective and you ask the question why, that tends to help you expose what the fundamental or the ends objective are. And if you articulate a fundamental objective and you ask the question, well, how am I going to get there? That's a way to get you to means objectives. And we need to think about both of those. Ultimately, the fundamental objectives are really important to define for any fishery management situation. In general, the reference points that we will connect to those objectives tend to be more connected to means objectives, but you need to trace the path to the fundamental objectives. And you'll see, hopefully that'll become evident as we go through this exercise. And then a really important part about the articulation of objectives is, so I can say that my objective is to maximize recreational fisher satisfaction. How am I going to measure that? How am I going to be able to say, here's my evidence that I have maximized recreational fisher satisfaction? And those are what we call measurable attributes or performance measures. And so population size or the number of licenses sold or something like that could be a measure of that, the achievement of that fundamental objective. The measurable attribute part of objective setting is where we connect the idea of objectives to the idea of reference points. So this is a very simple cartoon which says, I'm asking the question, am I meeting my objectives? And the way in which I would answer that question is by having some measurable attribute that defines whether I'm happy or I'm not happy with the outcome. And that measurable attribute basically becomes your reference point. It becomes your basis for saying that if I am in line with that reference point, then I'm kind of in the happy space. And if I'm not in line with that reference point, I'm in the not happy space. And so in order for us to think about what would be an appropriate set of reference points for any fishery, we need to answer this question. We need to define what our objectives are and then define how they're related to the reference points that we might want to measure. Okay, that is the first and last professorial lecture that I'm going to give you at this workshop. That's sort of my framing of the conversation that I would like to have now. I think that's the end of those slides. So what I'd like to do now, I want to ask you to tell me what you feel, all of you around the table, what you feel are the objectives for the Gulf Menhaden fishery. And there isn't going to be just one, and there are almost certainly going to be objectives that could in principle be in conflict with one another, and that's fine. The purpose here is not to agree on the right set of objectives for the fishery. The purpose here is to identify a set of objectives that reflects the values that different stakeholders, different users might have for menhaden, both as a fishery in and of itself and as a part of a larger ecosystem. Peter.
Yes. Are all these objectives subordinate to a goal?
Well, the way I think about it, Peter, is rather than goals and objectives, as I say, I think about fundamental objectives and means objectives. And some people would say that what I'm referring to as a fundamental objective, others would refer to as a goal to which these objectives feed into. There's a hierarchy, and the words are probably less important than the fact that there are things at the top that are what you fundamentally value, and there are things that you set as objectives that are how you get there, ways to achieve that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a facilitation technique referred to as silent generation, which basically means that I'm going to sit here for about 5 minutes and have every one of you write down 2 or 3 things, sets of words, phrases, whatever, that is your sense of what the objectives are for the menhaden fishery. And don't worry about whether you're defining a fundamental objective or a means objective. We'll talk about that later. And then I'm going to go around the room and I'm going to gather input from all of you. And there will be a lot of commonality without doubt, but I want to just get a sort of a comprehensive sense of what the objectives might be for this fishery, for this system. Okay, are you all good with that? All right, I'm going to give you, yes, Peter.
Now, can these objectives be environmental, management related, social related?
All of the above.
Okay.
All of the above, yeah. At this point, anything's fair game. You can say an objective is that I want the highest possible quality of life for myself. How you're going to connect that back to the menhaden fishery, we'll have a long conversation, but this thing is super flimsy. I may not use it at all. But too low?
No. The objectives are for the population or the
Okay. Objective 1, manage to balance the needs between the fishery and the needs of the ecosystem to maintain long-term sustainability.
Yes, well, before I came down here, I gave this some consideration and essentially ensure the sustainability of the resource and account for all of its environmental needs. And that's kind of like a panacea for forage fish management. So I tried to, give it a little more focus. And I would say that you want to maintain a level of spawning stock biomass that is needed to provide for adequate recruitment for the sustainability of the resource. Recognizing that there is a weak spawn recruit relationship in Gulf of Mexico Menhaden.
Provide adequate recruitment for long-term sustainability?
Yes.
What you said?
Like your hell is not. Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault. It is. It is my fault.
Oh, it was a team effort. Robert.
To really balance the risk of harvest, but understand the unique characteristics of the stock.
Okay. Dave.
Turn that on. All right. Well, you may not need to write this down because it's pretty similar to Chad's, but I have optimized menhaden harvest without negatively impacting predator species or bycatch species.
Without negatively affecting, I think you said?
Yeah, predators and bycatch species.
Right. In some ways, I just make this quick observation that the words here sort of connect to the words there in a sort of means to end a little bit, right? So you're being a bit more specific about predators and bycatch. Chad talked about ecosystem, the needs of the ecosystem. So that I just as a sort of an articulation of this notion, right? That in order to maintain the needs of the ecosystem, you might drill down into, well, we want to have lots of predators, healthy predators. We want to have minimum bycatch. Right.
I'll just be an observer for this part and listen.
Yeah,
I can't really participate.
I see. Yeah, you feel compromised.
Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Francois?
To maintain a commercial fishery that does not unnecessarily degrade the ecosystem or habitats.
To maintain.
I should word probably a sustainable commercial fishery.
I don't know. I'll put sustainable. In some ways, the word maintain kind of implies sustainability, doesn't it? Commercial fishery. Sorry, can you
It does not degrade the ecosystem or habitats.
Okay. Trevor.
Well, Mine's pretty straightforward. So manage the Gulf Menhaden stock within optimal sustainable levels.
Within optimal sustainable levels, you said? Okay. John?
Yeah, maintain sustainable stocks as measured through stock assessment.
Maintain sustainable
stocks as measured through stock assessment.
As measured. Steve, if you could stick that one up on the wall so I'm ready to go on to the next page.
Jason.
Jason.
John kind of stole mine, but it's very similar. Manage the fishery to a maximum sustainable harvest based on the stock assessment. And then I have a second one, which is provide flexibility of management.
Or max sustainable harvest. Sorry, before you get to the second one, max sustainable harvest based on the stock assessment, I think you said? Yeah, okay. All right.
And to provide flexibility in management.
So you're going to sneak in a second one?
Yes.
All right. I did, and then I said, well, I'll just get one first, and then you'll come back for more, but that's totally fine. All right. Jerry.
Maintain long-term optimum sustainability based on sound management monitoring and regulations.
Optimum
sustainability.
Long-term sustainability based on, again?
Sound management monitoring and regulations.
Okay. Fernando.
Environmental variables taken into consideration.
Take environmental variables. Is my microphone off? Oh.
Take environmental variables into consideration.
Great.
My first one's been said a number of different times, so I'll just piggyback on what I think Peter mentioned in maintain a healthy adult population of menhaden to ensure optimal egg production in subsequent years.
Healthy adult population to ensure, what word did you use for egg production?
I said optimal.
You said optimal,
I mean,
yeah.
Okay. You guys can wordsmith that if you want.
Yeah.
Egg production.
Period, or was there sort of a...
In subsequent years. Or
in, yeah, okay. And Kendall.
And I want all of our industries and people who live and work on and near the Gulf to take a shared responsibility for not just maintaining its health, abundance, and biodiversity, but to improve it as well.
That's great. It was a lot of words, though. So
all right, I'll start over.
So, yeah.
Okay, I want all. I said industries and people, but I guess you could use user groups if you want to translate it into fisheries management speak. Who live and work on and near the Gulf.
Yeah.
To accept a shared responsibility for not just maintaining its health, abundance, and biodiversity, but improving it.
Okay. Great. Okay, so I only asked for one. I got one from all but one of you. Any other objectives as you look at what's over on the wall there and what I've got here? What's missing? What do you sort of not see that you thought of before? Yeah, Peter.
Okay, so Francois had my second one. Chad and David, the only thing I would add under predators and bycatch as environment, the actual physical environment, no negative impact.
On the physical environment.
Yeah, tearing up the bottom.
Gotcha. Right. So we had one that said something about habitat. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. Yeah. To maintain sustainable commercial fishery that does not degrade ecosystem/habitat. But you're thinking, Peter, we would just add to predators, bycatch, optimize menhaden harvest without negatively affecting predators, bycatch, and habitat. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Chad.
So I have two more, and one's related to Peter's, but it's a little more specific to the one I threw out the first time, which was more of a generalized goal. But this one would be more along the lines of managing population to maintain or restore to historical age structure, geographic range, and in order to maximize reproduction and productivity.
So manage pop to retain. Did you say retain or restore?
I maintain or restore.
Maintain or restore, right. Or restore historical. And then I think you said age structure?
Age structure, geographic range.
Okay.
And maximize reproduction and productivity.
And productivity? Great. Okay. And did you say you had a second one?
Yeah, would you like that?
Yep, sure.
Improve and maintain population and fishery monitoring, including frequency of assessments at levels appropriate for the species life cycle and importance to the ecosystem. So it's more about the data management.
Improve and maintain monitoring and assessment. And you said as appropriate for the species? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
something like that?
species, appropriate for the species and its role in the environment.
Okay. Others? Yeah.
I want all of our members and partners and the general public to have confidence in the sustainability of the fishery and the industry.
In the sustainability, did you say, of the fishery? Or did you say more
Yes,
than that?
of the fishery and the industry.
Right. Okay.
Could we add management to that?
Sustainability of the fishery, the industry, and management?
Yes.
Anything missing? It's a lot of objectives. They all have a lot in common with each other. So, oh yeah, sorry, Chad.
I mean, just thinking off, if I didn't have this written down, it just popped in my head. so that haven't been wordsmithed or anything, but something along the lines of management regime appropriate for the maintain the objectives. So making sure the management regime and system is set up to be able to maintain these goals and objectives.
Appropriate and sufficient to meet other objectives. Good. Yeah.
I have a question in this process. So I copied the goals and objectives from the current FMP, which was revised 2015. And I mean, you know, objectives, they have well-written objectives throughout: management objectives, population dynamics, environmental. Are we essentially rewriting these, or are we going to use these to formulate reference points? I mean, some of these are, you know, are we rewriting what's already pretty well written that captures so many of these points?
I guess my response to that would be that this exercise is in the interest of answering the question whether we should do what you just said. Okay, in other words, and it may be that as you look at what we've just brainstormed and maybe pondered a little further, that there's really nothing that we've written up here that's in any way at odds with the objectives that were articulated in that plan. But my view is it's nice to, it's sort of, in a way that I preferably sort of divorced from what's written before, we think collectively about what it is that we care about for this fishery, this system. Yeah.
So in the next iteration or the next revision of the FMP, which I guess Steve and Ray are kind of like going to do the heavy lifting.
He's glaring at you.
They would have, you know, they would have this, well, what we're composing through this workshop in context with what's written, and
yes,
I guess the GMAC would sort through with the language.
That's yeah, and honestly,
I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah, and I'm using this to help to contextualize our discussion of reference points, because the way I view it is that you're going to want to, I believe you're going to want to have, if you're going to develop reference points, you're going to want to have a set of reference points that are coherent with what you believe are the objectives for the management of the fishery. And you could take the view, well, we already know what the objectives are. They're written in the fishery management plan. But it felt to me like, well, we should make sure that was, what, 5 years ago? I think that was written. Is that still consistent? But yeah. Chad, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I was just going to basically say the same thing. But, you know, I would imagine that this process will lead to another potential revision in the FMP, and so there can be readjustments and realignments of those objectives to meet whatever comes out of this workshop for reference points and, you know, goals of the fishery. So I'd say that process is kind of entwined with, you know, or you know, intermediate after this workshop's over.
Yeah, and I think it would be fair to say from my conversations with Steve and the commission about this workshop is that it is, how to put this, that may well happen. It's not an explicit, at this point, this was, let's have a conversation and see where it takes us. I think that's kind of the way that Steve framed it with me. And if that conversation is positive and creative and informative, then one would hope that it would do just like what you said. It would basically inform a sort of forward thinking about future management strategies for this fishery. Yeah.
I just thought of one more objective. I'm hoping that I could get it in.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would like to maximize the calories harvested from the Gulf of Mexico. I would like to prioritize those for human consumption.
Maximize calories harvested from Mexico. And then you said prioritize for human consumption?
Yes. Whether directly or indirectly.
Can I get a further clarification on what that means?
That means that everything that we harvest out of the Gulf, I believe, should go to the most widespread human benefit. And I think that the primary purpose of harvesting fish from the Gulf should be for prioritizing the consumption of food for people, I guess, is to say, and whether that means whether or not fish or, yeah, I mean, that's essentially it.
So again, I would emphasize that we're not here to all agree on every objective. I hope.
No, I just wanted to, I thought that's what it meant. I just wanted
Yeah.
to go with.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, that's in relation to all the other fish.
Yes, that is in relation to all the species.
That's
that
sort of a
come from the
meta
Gulf.
objective.
Yes, it's a meta objective for the entire ecosystem in the Gulf.
Would that be for direct human consumption or consumption further down the food line? Like
It could be further down the food line.
Yeah, Dave.
So this is a question sort of about the process. I mean, what we're talking about here is in some ways hypothetical, given the authority of the Gulf states in managing, other species in the Gulf. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be able to kind of get into more practical objectives for how Gulf states manages fisheries or
Right.
manage fisheries. Because like on the Atlantic states, they actually have purview over over a dozen or so species.
Right.
And that's not the case here.
So you're saying this in the context of this objective in particular is kind of a broader in scope than the purview really of the...
Right. Some of these objectives are crossing jurisdictions.
Yes.
And things
Yeah.
like that. So
I guess my view again would be it's better to articulate what the objectives are and then decide what the frame of reference that you're working from is within that broader set of objectives. So I'm sure that there are others, although a lot of the other objectives that we have written up here are pretty closely tied to the Gulf Menhaden fishery itself and then its broader ecosystem effects. So I think that we haven't in general strayed too far from what I would consider the context of this organization. But I mean, practically, again, we're here to talk about reference points and the pros and cons of defining reference points, the alternatives we have for reference points for the Gulf Menhaden fishery. So that's always the focus that we have to come back to. Yeah. So it's very interesting in a way. My observation about what we've just put up on these flip charts, and it's not all that surprising, is that particularly the objectives that are listed here that I would consider to be candidates for what I referred to earlier as fundamental objectives or the goals, that they almost always articulated something about a balance between the, if you will, the harvest or exploitation of this fish stock for purposes of commercial use and the ecosystem effects that potentially could be the balance between that and the ecosystem effects, as opposed to articulating one set of objectives, which is to provide. So there aren't objectives up here that say provide maximum employment in the Menhaden reduction industry or provide maximum returns to investors. The objectives tend to, rather than that, although that's implied by some of the things that are written up here, the objectives tend to be saying, let's get as much as we can without compromising these other objectives, which is interesting. I'm making that more as an observation than any kind of normative comment, but which sort of betrays the fact that the people in this room are very aware of the fact that this is a process that's about balancing potentially competing interests. Maybe not competing. I mean, that's another thing I want to emphasize is that sometimes when you set up objectives like this, you have in your mind that there is sort of this objective, if you will, I'm going to simplify this, of catching as many fish as you can without overfishing. And then there's this objective of protecting the ecosystem, and that they're potentially at odds with each other, and it's possible that they're not. So, yeah.
Just to add to the observations, I agree, and it's good that we're similar consensus around the room. But I think once you start drilling into what we're defining individually as sustainable and fishery needs and ecosystem needs, that's where the rubber hits the road.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, for sure. So, I mean, that's another observation I was going to make, which again is entirely consistent with this type of exercise of talking about objectives, is that there are a lot of words up on those flip charts that where the devil is in the details. Even the word sustainability, and certainly, negatively affecting predators and bycatch and habitat. So, at what point does an effect become a negative effect? How large does the effect have to be before it's generally viewed as a negative effect, etc. And that all kind of boils down to this sort of notion that within these objectives, there are objectives that are fundamental. So the very first one that we wrote up there, balance the needs of the fishery and the needs of the ecosystem to maintain long-term sustainability. In some sense, that is the fundamental objective. I think that sort of really does sort of capture almost everything else that we talked about there, depending on how you use those words. Especially if you take the notion that people are part of the ecosystem, in which case some of the needs that you articulated about sort of public well-being associated with this fishery become part of the needs of the ecosystem. I'm not sure that's what was intended in that context, but it could be, yeah.
Well, Ben with Omega, as it relates to what you just said, the devil in the details, I guess this question would be more for David or Robert or some of the other biologists in the room. What data do we have that's available now that can answer some of these ecosystem questions, predator needs? Where are we on that? I know that we're probably using formulaic data now in the BAM model, but in terms of, boiling that down, where are we in terms of what the Gulf has at its disposal right now?
Robert or Dave or whoever, we are going to talk about this more as the day and the workshop progresses. So so maybe a quick answer now, if you will. I mean, we're going to be spending quite a bit of time talking about the assessment, and Dave's going to talk about some of the ecosystem modeling.
All right, sure. Yeah, I have a couple slides that will address that question. But we've tried to assimilate all the data that's available, but we don't know what we don't know. So there's still some gaps from the ecosystem.
Yeah. So just look at this. I think I'm waffling between the idea of saying, okay, we've done it, we've got a nice sort of laundry list of objectives that's going to need a lot of wordsmithing if it's ever going to make its way into an updated management plan, and we should just leave well alone at this point and move on, versus spending a little bit of time thinking about some of the devils in the details. But I think unless anybody really wants to talk more about some of the stuff that's up here, I think maybe it would be a good idea to leave this here now and hear about some of the things that Ben, you just kind of opened up the door on. And then we can come back and maybe think about some of the data and knowledge that we have about this fishery and places where we're deeply uncertain about this fishery or this ecosystem, and sort of cast that back in the context of some of the things that are up here. Because on this, we have in the sort of broad set of objectives here, we have obviously the fishery and the ecosystem sustainability. We have quality, the needs for good assessment, which is a means to that end. The need for flexibility of management, which I would argue is a means to that end. There's lots of objectives up here that are sort of means to this broader goal of sustainability of both the ecosystem and the fishery and the fishing industry. So that's my inclination at this point, is to unless there's any other comments or questions about the objectives that we've put up here. I think, yeah.
So I have a question for Marin. Sorry. The ongoing full assessment for the Gulf of Mexico Menhaden, does it not consider all of the aspects that we put up here as far as monitoring of bycatch, impacts on habitat, sustainability?
Yes. I don't think I understand your question.
So, well, what I'm saying is that when that product is completed, I mean, it will fill in a lot of the information as to what we know about, bycatch and interactions with TP species and things like that. I mean, it will include commentary and an assessment of what we know.
Yes, and it will score all of those different aspects of the fishery according to our standard. Yeah.
Okay, something to look forward to.
Just for the purpose of my clarification, what you're referring to is the report that I think you call it CAB. Is that what you call the organizations that do?
Yeah, the conformity assessment body.
So that's what Peter's referring to, right?
Yeah, he's referring to the public comment draft report that we call the PCDR.
Acronyms.
Lots of acronyms.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the underlying assumption of that last question, I believe, right, is that the Marine Stewardship Council sort of has the final word sort of on what maybe is sustainable or not. Is that sort of, or that we're going with what they produce is like an authoritative sort of assessment of the fishery?
No, I think the sustainability is being addressed through the benchmark assessment and the GMAC.
I guess I would speak to that, Kendall. I mean, my sense is that the words that I think you used there that I don't think in my impression politically is final authority. I feel like the MSC certification process would be highly informative about the status of the resource vis-a-vis sustainability. But I don't think that MSC, much as I'm sure Marin would like it to be, MSC is not the final arbiter on whether a fishery is being managed sustainably or not. In the United States, that would presumably be the government. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so Robert, are you good to what time is it now? It's about 11:30? Yeah. We could either break early for lunch right now, or we could hear the assessment report. You've got sort of two things that you're doing that, and then you and Peter are tag teaming on the MSC thing, right? So, can you get through the benchmark assessment results in 25 minutes or so, or? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do that. Then we can transition to that, and then we'll break for lunch, and then after lunch we'll come back and talk about reference points. Oh, I got to move these out of the way, don't we? You got that, Steve? Good. Yeah, thank you.
And I think I can do this efficiently because most of the people in this room are fairly knowledgeable about this. But for those who haven't seen this before, I think I need the pointer.
Yes.
Slide advance.
And slide advance.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not going to go into all the grisly details of this. I'm going to highlight a couple of things. The first is that this is a single species assessment that uses information about Gulf Menhaden only and does not address any ecosystem considerations. That's It's not looking to address ecosystem considerations. It's a single species stock assessment. The second thing is that I've highlighted some points in this PowerPoint where the reviewers had some concerns, questions, comments, and because I think those are maybe interesting things for us to consider as we move on our reference point discussion, because there's an interplay there. All right, so there it is. Okay, so I'll talk about the data used, and then I cribbed these slides from. So you guys have seen a lot of these slides before. I cribbed these from Amy. I'll talk about the data used, model configuration, and the sensitivity analysis. And I'm going to go through this pretty quickly again because most people have seen this, but slow me down if you have questions. All right, so we use a suite of commercially available, so fishery dependent and fishery independent data sources in an age-structured model. I think relevant here is the natural mortality. This is the natural mortality at age 2. This is Lorenzen length-based natural mortality that's scaled to the study that Aaron Holtz did, the tag recapture work in 1981. This is the range of, I believe these are something along the range of 95% confidence intervals around this mortality estimate. So as we move forward and talk about F equals M or some proportion of F equals M, I think it's good to keep in mind that M is quite uncertain, okay? And everything is scaled to M. All right. We use some biostatistical information as well. This has been updated recently. I'm going to just move on. Okay, of relevance to our the MSc work that Dr. Butterworth has for us to present, and Peter's going to lead that. The model goes from 1977 to 2017. We ran sensitivities where we took the model further back. But the relevant data for this time period is using the commercial landings data. Only commercial landings are used from the reduction fishery. We have the age composition data from the fishery dependent and fishery independent sources, primarily the Louisiana Gillnet survey. And then we have a SANE index as well. Yes?
What year did the reduction fishery really begin in earnest?
Microphone.
Ben Landry, Omega Protein. 50s and 60s. I know that Omega, or our predecessors, got involved in the late 60s. But there were a couple of other companies prior to that. So probably 1960s is fair.
And Ben, you would probably agree with the statement that although the industry was large at that time, there was a lot of plants, a lot of boats. Fishing power is quite a bit different. It's difficult to understand those dynamics, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had a lot of, and Ed, you can probably weigh in a little bit better. But, yeah, I mean, there are a number of companies and a number of fishing ports that are no longer used. Dulac, Abbeville, Cameron, Louisiana is probably the biggest, which at one point was kind of the epicenter of the fishery, and that plant is not in operation. I mean, there's a number of reasons why, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, they had some in Texas as well, multiple. And so, yeah, you saw dramatic consolidation, I would say, probably beginning in the 70s and 80s and continuing into the 90s.
Ben, that's succinctly outlined in the executive summary, paragraph 2 of the executive summary of the CDAR report. You can read it there.
All right, thanks very much. I'm gonna carry on. So this is an age-structured model. So I think the question of, yes, we have catch back to 1850, estimated catch. However, because this is an age-structured model, we need information about the age structure or the length composition of the fish that are being captured. We only have those for the last 2 to 3 decades, okay? All right.
We have some parameters that we use. These are individual growth parameters from the von Bertalanffy growth function. These are time invariant. We assume that the individuals grow. Each individual reaches length at age at in a time invariant fashion. Steepness is modeled using the Beverton-Holt stock recruitment relationship, and we assume that it's a fairly productive stock in terms of recruitment dynamics. And then we have some selectivity as well, which we fixed, which was those of us in the modeling workshop remember that agonizing process. Here's the landings history from 1977. I feel like most of us have this tattoo somewhere. So if there's questions about it, many people in this room can address it, so I'm just going to move on. Of interest, I think, are the two indices of abundance that are used, the Louisiana Gillnet and the composite Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana Seine. These are in quantitative stock assessment, the indices of abundance generally determine what the trajectory of the stock is going to look like. The biostatistical information is often not, it's a bit of window dressing. The mortality and the recruitment sort of scale what the output is going to be. Interestingly, I think, is this increased variance that we have in the residuals of the model fit to the recent index for the Louisiana Gillnet, that's LAGN. So this is just showing the relative abundance through time. If you probably don't remember, but we had some heavy commercial exploitation through this time, and as that's been relaxed, we're seeing the stock relative abundance estimates increase. All right, so this is the Seine index. The Seine index is our juvenile index. That's for a shorter time series, 96 on, 97 maybe. And we don't see that residual pattern. We don't see that inflation in the residual pattern. Okay, this is the time series of spawning stock biomass. We use number of eggs produced for the stock as an index of spawning stock biomass. So it's not really spawning stock biomass because it is number of eggs. And you see that trajectory there. We see this nadir here during heavy commercial exploitation, and then we see increase up to really peak historical levels in terms of egg production. All right, back to just remind me where we're at. This is the so we performed a number of sensitivity analyses. I don't go through all of these here. You can look at the report if you want those. I would like to focus on a couple of sensitivity analyses that the reviewers in particular thought were interesting, informative, and it may help us focus our reference point discussion. All right. So there's a couple of these. The fecundity is one. We've updated the high and low fecundity vectors. I think this is meant to say high and low mortality. And I think we're just going to zoom on through here. Yes, it's the mortality. So was there a question? No. Okay. So when we change our estimate of length specific, which we convert to age specific mortality dynamics, when we assume that the mortality of the stock is quite high, then let's see, yeah, we assume high M, then what the contrast of that, because total mortality is natural mortality plus fishing mortality, we assume that fishing mortality is depressed. Okay, and then the converse is also true. So the idea is that mortality really acts as a scalar here. Okay, and we don't have we would be disingenuous to say that, I think for any fishery, that we have a really good sense of what natural mortality is. So that's just a difficult parameter to measure. I'm sort of planting the seed for F equals M to be something that we should consider with some, scrutiny, probably more than we have done in the past. Yeah, Ben.
You seem like we're at a stopping point, a pausing point. Can you estimate what ratio or percentage from the Lorenzen model of natural mortality is made up of predator? You were not able to do that?
Natural mortality includes all sources
of mortality.
And it's likely time varying because the predators vary in abundance and time and space as well.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, the Lorenzen model doesn't directly differentiate between predation and other mortality, but the ecosystem models will.
So,
Dave, maybe just can you elaborate a little bit on that? Are there places, other ecosystem modeling efforts, ideally Atlantic Menhaden, but even elsewhere, where there have been successes at empirically partitioning M into M predator versus M other or something like that? Or are you going to talk about that, Robert?
I wasn't going to talk about that specifically, I don't know successfully done it, but yes, we've made some very valiant attempts. The MSVPA on the Atlantic Menhaden goes back a decade or so, and that was kind of an accounting procedure to separate predation from natural mortality. And some of the other, I will show that the models that are capable of estimating predation mortality directly, but it's not a simple thing to do. These are nonlinear relationships, and
you're going to talk about that when you have the floor later anyway. Sure. So yeah, okay, we can come back to
it. It might be a better time to talk about that.
Chad.
And maybe Dave will bring this up then, but it really relies on having data to feed into those models from the diet studies and who's ate who, when, and so that's not complete.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for that. That was good. Okay. Just since I'm on the slide, I'll mention that when we incorporate other variants into our understanding of life history, we don't see much. Somewhere nested in here in black is our base model estimates, and we don't see a lot of movement away from that. So there's a couple of interpretations there. And so let's see, I started showing you full F. Here are the estimated recruits. Obviously, we don't, it's not obvious, but just FYI, we don't, these are estimated from the model. They're not observed. And so again, what we see is our high M and low M. Really, the model output is most sensitive to alterations in that parameter. That's, I think, always the case. Yeah.
So the peaks and valleys in the recruitment index, can you explain a little more about what's driving those?
Are you talking about the
variation?
sane abundance?
I'm just talking what's driving, that drastic decline in 08, and it jumps right back up in 09, it looks like, and just that jumping around, what's driving that variability?
So we have seen, if you remember in the GillNet time series that I showed you, I mentioned that increase in variance in maybe the last 10, 12 years. We have had huge year classes of Gulf Menhaden, 2008, 2010. I wouldn't want to be pressed for naming the years, all the years, but we've had of late some very, very large year classes of Menhaden. And so this is the model trying to catch up with that. But that's what we observe in the data as well. Totally not modeled. That's what we observed in our index of abundance observations. I don't know what could be driving that. I mean, I think it depends who you ask. It could be some. Well, certainly. I guess it depends who you ask. I would posit probably a reasonable hypothesis is that some bottom-up process may be driving that Mississippi River discharge, something like that. I think you ask somebody else, they could say some top-down, predator field changes in the predator field. We don't know. I think we can make some educated guesses, and
and probably using some auxiliary information, which is what we would need. But this model won't tell you why that's happening. It just showed that indeed it probably is.
The patterns that you just talked about are also observed in the fishery dependent data?
No, the fishery dependent data doesn't show that, because the fishery dependent data is not sensitive to the fishery can operate and catch, they're catching a fairly narrow range of fish available. I don't think they're limited when they go out on the fishing grounds. Probably some of the industry folks could talk about that. They may be seeing it in terms of catch per unit effort. They may have to work a little harder some years than other years or parts of the season, but I think the limitation has to do with the number of boats and the plants and the manpower exploiting the stock, and not the abundance of the stock.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't see it in landings.
You wouldn't see it in landings.
But you might see it in catch per effort.
Perhaps.
If you had that sort of data.
Yeah. We do have catch per unit effort data. We don't use it
in the
fishery
model,
dependent catch per unit effort, but we don't use it in the model.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Just to follow up, when would you also see it in age structure that they're catching? So the proportion of ages that they're catching in the landings in the distribution?
Yeah, you would think you might see that, but it looks pretty static as well. The composition of age 1 and age 2s and 3s and 4+ that you see in the landings history in the last, I would say, since 1997 or so, has not changed in a measurable way. It bounces around, and there might be a couple of phases. Chad's looking at a figure there, which has it's a stacked bar plot that looks at the age comps. But there's a lot of noise in that. And I think it depends on how you want to squint your eyes and sort of tilt your head. Okay.
So just to jump in a little bit, you mentioned the 08 point, and this is, the LA Seine Index feeds into this rather heavily. In that year, around there, you had a very active hurricane year. You had high rivers on the backside and front side of that too. So you're probably seeing a lot of environmental noise as well.
I think that's our that's my expectation with this stock. It's coming from thinking that there's some bottom-up drivers here. I'm at Aaron Holt School.
Just how close are we to understanding those dynamics with looking at the flow and the river and the hurricane impacts and on how recruitment and population dynamics change?
I think we're doing a fairly good job at being able to make forecasts about condition, oil yield. We'd like to get into looking at catch per unit effort, I think. And people have, Aaron Holtz and Vince Guillory have some papers from the 80s where they've looked at this. I think it's fairly well understood, but there's a lot of noise in the system, and it's probably not only rainfall, it's probably some interaction effects. I'm going to keep going if that's okay, just so I can get through this. Stop me, but don't stop me. Okay. So here's our spawning stock biomass metric. It's fecundity, and then we see where do we see departures from the base model? Well, primarily in this mortality rate when we turn up mortality quite high. Okay, I don't know. Yes, here's what I did want to talk about. The Louisiana GillNet Index is a very important data source, probably the most important data source in this model, and this sensitivity run documents that. When you exclude the Louisiana GillNet Index and the length composition, you see changes, and fairly pronounced changes from the base run. Okay, the base run includes that index. So the reviewers thought that this was an interesting feature and that probably needed to be explored. I will say, luckily, the Louisiana GillNet Index is a very robust index. It's based on extensive sampling throughout the five CSAs, and there's a lot of information in that index. But something to think about as we move forward about
again, Peter's going to be talking about an index-based approach, we'll need to make sure that the index or indices we may choose is to give us that picture of the stock is very robust. Yeah? Okay. All right. Yes, please.
So would we interpret that as meaning that, I'm trying to think of whether that means that the truth about this fishery, our understanding of the truth about this fishery depends a lot on that index, or whether the index is jarring with other beliefs about the fishery. In other words, I mean, what that graph is showing is that when you include those data, you get a rather different temporal pattern of fishing mortality than when you don't include those data. Can you infer anything about which is better?
That was our challenge at the review workshop, and the reason why I put this up again is maybe we can revisit this a little bit. Some of the reviewers concluded that there was some tension involved there. I'm not sure if you pressed them, they could really define what tension is. But I think your first supposition is probably the right one. That the model relies very strongly on the index because the index has a lot of information in it. There's a lot of contrast in the index of abundance, and the length the length then which we convert to age composition is very informative.
Right.
So I actually don't see this as a red flag moving forward, but I think it is useful, especially when we look at, well, if we include this composite Mississippi-Alabama index versus the Louisiana index, like it's telling you a little bit different story. I mean, I think the trends are probably there. You know, when Louisiana's up, when the base run is up, with the exclusion of that index, it's giving you a bit of the same story, but there's some times where there's a bit of a disconnect. So I'm planting another seed for folks to think about as we move forward, having looked at John's presentation and Peter's presentation. And I think, I was going to say, darn it, I thought I was finished here. Okay, so these are, again, I've got the recruitment time series, the fecundity, this is our spawning stock biomass estimate. Okay, I do have a couple of minutes left. So I'll talk about some other sensitivities. I wanted to talk about the aging error matrix that we used in the model. And again, I do this because that was what the reviewers thought was an interesting feature of the model. So let me show that to you. Okay, so we've got the base run in black, and it's the center here. And then when we look at the red and green, perfect for the colorblind folks in the crowd, we've got this red line here. These are the rereads based on a pretty substantial amount of scales that were reread by the experts up in Beaufort. And then we have the green, which are the blind reads here. So the blind reads are blind with respect to the length of the fish at capture, and blind with respect to any of the origin information about the scale. So so it was interesting. I mean, this is, I think, indicates that we probably need to keep working on the scale age methods a bit, because when the scale age is looked at with great scrutiny by trained people that have already read these scales, you get a little bit different look at what the fishing mortality dynamics are. We were able to convince the reviewers that indeed we were looking at that, and that was the truth, so that's good. But something to think about, especially if we think about using some type of index, some type of fishery reference point that might be based on the biostatistical characteristics of the harvest, like something like age composition. If we were concerned about keeping some sustainable composition of the stock, like we really wanted a lot of old in
in a Gulf Menhaden terms means like ages 3 and 4. Well, we have a lot of noise in our age estimates, especially for those ages 3 and 4. We often call those 1s and 2s. So if you were, not often, but not a coin flip, but 20% of the time is not an unreasonable error for age 3. I can provide those aging error matrices. I think I'm right about that. Okay. Oh, that means it's time for lunch. Okay, better go here. All right. So I've got the some other time series that are a result of those. I just want to. Okay. Do I want to say no? I don't want to say that. Okay, that's it. All right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I have questions, and maybe there are. I mean, maybe I'm the only one who has questions because for me this was relatively new, whereas for most of the rest of you, it's stuff you've seen before. But would you like to? I mean, I can take those up after the break, and some of them may be things that we'll revisit as the afternoon goes on. So, does anybody else have any burning questions they want to ask Robert before we take a break? I will in a moment. But first, Chad.
I guess I don't quite grasp the decision to go back to 1977 rather than back to the when the fishery started. And what that implication might have in this assessment context. So can you just clarify or explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Really two things. We have good fishery independent data. The fishery independent data are the indices of abundance and the length and age composition from fishery independent sources starting around 1977. Okay, so that is good because the model needs that information to be able to make the estimates, right? When we run the model back, and I didn't show the sensitivity, but I have it on my computer if you're interested. When we run the model back to other time periods, and again, I don't press me on it when those are, but time periods that you would be interested in, including back to the beginning of the fishery, making some assumptions about what the length composition and age composition of the stock and the fishery were. We didn't see that in our recent time period we were getting any changes at all. The lines were plotting over each other for everything that you would care about, spawning stock biomass, F, that kind of thing. And the reason is because in the recent history, the 40-year history that we did model, we have seen a lot of contrast in catch. We saw the industry has run the natural experiment of letting the stock be resilient to heavy exploitation. And so we have a lot, that's informative. Yeah. Before that time, we see some creep up, as the fishery is developing, but there's not a lot of information there. There's not a lot of contrast for the model to be. There's not a lot of contrast in the time series of catch, and there's not a lot of we just don't have information to inform how the stock might have changed over time. But so those are really the two reasons why we chose to go back to 1977. Yeah.
So I'm going to back on first. I'm going to say that it's time to break for lunch, and the one thing that we agreed that we would do before we broke for lunch is we would allow a brief period of time for public comment. So, and I know, Jerry, you had your hand up a moment ago, so maybe I can start with you.
Well, I have a number of comments, and so issue one is kind of the value of Menhaden to the system. And so I could take a myopic view and say, well, it's all commercial reduction fishery, which is important. I looked at the mandate of the commission, and obviously economics, employment's a big deal, but what seems to be passed over is the recreational value associated with migrating fish that come into the Menhaden stock each year. And so I think in part of defining what goals for the system would be, that's got to be part of the consideration because it has a much broader system value than just plucking them out of the water. So here's a few issues about that. I just view this analysis that was presented with a high degree, it has a high degree of uncertainty associated with it. And the models are relatively simple. Let me say the following. It's this very simple mathematics, linear derivatives, but it's very sensitive to assumptions about natural mortality, which one's been imposed, even with a funny looking U-shaped Seiler curve. And then the recruitment, the two, what will drive the result at the end of those two things? We see high variability in the recruitment, and we see a radically large natural mortality. So whether you locked into this or not, with the natural mortality rates that's being imposed, 33% of the recruits survive 1 year, 11% survive 2 years, 3% survive 3 years. That's with no fishing. Right? So you've imposed a very high rate to capture what I think is the observed size structure. Another interpretation to that is that the fishes live maybe twice as long. 4, I think, is the max age in the model. They could live to 8. It's certainly known. The Atlantic Menhaden lives to 10. That changes the dynamic substantially in terms of my expectation of response to fishing. All right, so I'll just drop that to say that that's an issue. Number 2, all the reference points that were presented by the MSC group are referencing B0. What is B0? B0 is the unfished virgin biomass whenever that occurred, right? Somebody said the fishery data goes to 1850. I did a little calculation because I have the data. From 48, where the statistics exist, to 1977, where the analysis starts, 24 billion pounds of menhaden were plucked out of the water. At least that's the recorded. So it's hard for me, whatever the model shows, to assume that the 1977 answer is the B0. 1. 2, what was just presented was that the index that's driving the model, because they're dumping the effort, the catch unit effort, in fact determines the result in the final years. It's a forward projecting model. It's going to be biased to the most current information. Whatever that is, given what I'm telling you, how do you rescale 1977 to virgin biomass? Well, it's not easy, right? It's not easy. So I'm bringing all these points up to say that seems like in the context of the systems analysis here that's going on, for setting a reference point, I think it's an admirable objective to do that. But what I would say is that probably a fair amount of conservatism ought to come into play in establishing what these reference points are. And this is kind of the last point, is whether you realized it or not. If I think maximum sustainable yield is a target, okay, and Peter Larkin said many, many years ago, in 1970s, 60s, gave the epitaph for maximum sustainable yield. That's really a limit. I do not want to go there because the far side of the hill is very negative economically and biologically. So to establish a reference point, the reference point as a target probably ought to be a biomass higher than maximum sustainable yield. And when I reach what I would perceive to be maximum sustainable yield, I'd cut the thing off. The catches in the past, if I look at the record, have been at some years 2 billion pounds a year. At present, it's about 1 billion. I think the 17, 18 numbers show that. So it strikes me that that might be a more conservative point of view of establishing these reference points because of the squishiness associated with my ratios when I'm looking at percentages, right? So I'm auguring on the side of conservation here. Conservation in the context of sustaining economic systems, which are the commercial side, but also taking a good view on the rec side of my favorite fish. Tarpon migrate into that plume every year to eat menhaden until their eyes pop out. They love those things, and they move thousands of kilometers to it. So there's a lot of fishes that come into there. The statistics about the percentage of prey consumption is totally biased by the time of sampling because these migratory animals come in there and chow down. In fact, they're up, basically all the fishes, tarpon that are here in summertime, walking from Alabama over to Texas are now sitting south in Mexico, overwintering, like where I live. You know, they're down south in Miami, etc. So you have to account for that. It's not a static thing. It's not as simple as the ordinary differential equations are being presented, and it's extremely sensitive to the data sources that we're talking about. So I probably given enough lecture, but I think you get my drill is that let's be conservative here and probably make good decisions if we are.
Anybody else make any observations at this point? Well, let's adjourn for lunch. Steve, you said we should give ourselves an hour and a half. How long it takes to get lunch in this town?
Yeah, there's a number of good restaurants nearby. It's 10 after 12, so just say 1:30, roughly an hour and 20 minutes. But that should give you enough time. The hotel restaurant is good. It's a little slow, but in an hour and 20 minutes, you should have no trouble. We do have some stuff.
So I'm gonna, if I don't, and we won't start up officially, but I had at least one more question that I was gonna ask, and maybe other people have questions from this morning, from Robert's presentation of the assessment results this morning. I will kick that off with a question that I had, which was, I would, from some of the stuff that you presented, you suggested, I think you suggested that the assessment suggests that there was a period, I'm thinking it was like late 80s, early 90s, when stock abundance went down. And I think you said that that was a period of relatively heavy fishing. So would it be fair to say that the biologists believe that there was evidence of fishing pressure sufficient to suppress spawning stock biomass of menhaden during that period? Is that sort of the general opinion?
Yeah, I think, and speaking for the states, they're all nodding their heads. Yeah, that is our. Yeah, I think that's our conclusion.
So are there alternative explanations that have been discussed for why the abundance might have declined during that period?
Say no. One of the.
Don't think your mic is on.
I think Jerry's giving me a stink eye, so he'll chime in and disagree with me. But I think no, we pretty much ascribe that low point in spawning stock biomass to fishing. One feature of the commercial harvest that is, I think the jury is still out, that was somewhat coincident with that time, was the change in the age comps, right? The age comps of the commercial fishery, where we go from a little bit of a age 1 dominated to an age 2 dominated. I think that's right. Is that okay? Thank you. Yeah. So that is a feature that we've tried to understand, and we've done a little bit of work on that in sort of back in the envelope and the stock assessment meetings. So, but maybe.
Do you want your presentation back up?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know, Jerry, Jason, Trevor, John, you guys want to chime in on that?
Yes, Ed, you've been with us longest.
I guess let me just mention, I think this is kind of the reason I'm interested in this question is because I think it is relevant to germane to future discussions that we might have about reference points.
The next presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Well, not just that, but that in particular.
Well,
Yeah.
That might be
Boy, I feel like we're covering ground that
Yeah.
this gentleman here, Dave Shigaris, and Chad would be really interested in this discussion.
Mm-hmm. Well, well, go ahead, John. We can revisit it for sure. Yeah.
I was thinking that same shift in age was also seen on the East Coast during the same time period. Wasn't that right? That Amy, who did the assessments before Amy?
Doug Vaughn.
Vaughn, that he saw that same shift in age structure about the same time period. So there may have been something ecologically going on, not just isolated to the Gulf.
definitely speak to a change in the mortality dynamics, right? When you see that the differences in, so either, in my mind, I think either the fishing or the natural mortality dynamics. So because selectivity we don't think has changed. We don't think it's changed because we didn't model it to change. Right? So we use a time invariant selectivity. So yeah.
And to your point, that I think that's why in the Atlantic benchmark, not only did they have north and south fleets, but they had 3 separate time blocks based on selectivity of the catch. So
so they actually did model selectivity changing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was the first thing when you talked about age composition changes in the fishery. That's the first thing that would pop into my head is was there something about either how the fishery was prosecuted or the gear that was used that changed or the distribution of the fish that changed the selectivity patterns?
When we consult with industry, they tell us that there's nothing about the behavior of the fishers that changed substantially. Same boats, same gear, same areas. Mm-hmm. The season's always been roughly the same. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, the seasons have been, third week in April through November 1 for 3 decades or longer. Technology hasn't changed much since the 50s. Still using spotters, still using vessels and purse boats. I guess a hydraulic block was probably the greatest technological advancement, and we're talking 40, 50 years. So it's been pretty consistent.
Some of you may remember better than I do in CDAR 32, I believe we played around with having 2 selectivity blocks. And so again, Jason nodding his head in the affirmative. So I guess my memory does serve correctly that we did do that. Maybe as a sensitivity.
I don't remember if it was actually a sensitivity, but I know we also played around with river modeling in that time frame as well.
River modeling, meaning looking for a sort of environmental covariates that would explain?
Yeah, looking at the flow of the Mississippi River and influences there.
And do you recall, did you reach a conclusion?
I've slept since then, so I can't tell you.
But there was obviously no sort of blinding insight that emerged from that said, oh my God, this is clearly related to that. Yeah. Interesting. There's also, I assume...
Let me put on. So this is our spawning stock biomass, and I can get to your
microphone.
Turning it on. Okay. To get to your query regarding the relationship between our estimates of spawning stock biomass, and I believe it's up here. There are the landings. So from the 80s in that period there, 80s to 90s, and then and then he's got the 80s to 90s there, and we see, there's some lag there.
Right. Any, again, I feel like we're having a conversation that would be better to have with a larger group of people here. Because the next question that sort of pops into my head is there any data or observations of other components of the ecosystem that correspond to this period when menhaden abundance was relatively low that might be informative or insightful?
Yeah, I really think this is something that we
Shut up, Mike, and wait. Yeah.
Okay.
They're about 10 minutes out is what Chad indicated.
Okay. Okay, so they're on their way. Well, here's another question maybe that's a little bit more technical and maybe less critical to that. So you mentioned that when you, and I'm not sure I understood this, so you modeled recruitment with a Beverton-Holt function with a steepness parameter of 0.99.
That's right.
I don't remember to the extent to which you looked at the sensitivity of your model to that?
We did run a sensitivity where the steepness took on a value of 0.75, and it didn't seem to. I don't have those. I don't think I've got those results handy, but two things. It was more of an academic exercise and a check in when I'm thinking about what our review workshop. The reviewers did have a problem. Well, they had some concerns about whether that was a reasonable thing to do and whether we should use, I think at least one of the reviewers thought some hockey stick would be a better thing, and that it was more appropriate in a benchmark assessment time to be exploring just that, especially for a fishery like this, which is where, recruitment, it's really recruitment is so important, and just like a lot of fisheries, I guess. But whether we explored the steepness we explored the effects of steepness on our predictions, but we did not use alternative formulations for recruitment. And now, in the Butterworth work, he did do that.
Yeah,
he did do that and modeled the recruitment deviations.
Right. So we'll see more about that.
Some alternative there.
Yeah. Well, I was sort of trying to sort out in my head how it would play out in the assessment model, and it wasn't clear to me that it would make a huge amount of difference in the assessment model. But in terms of some sort of MSE or forecasting model, that the assumption of how steep the stock recruitment curve is has pretty significant bearing on your assessment of the vulnerability of the stock to high fishing rates, right? How resilient recruitment will be to reduce spawning stock abundance. So, yeah. All right.
I mean, that's. I guess we can just have this conversation, but that does seem to be the holy grail. A little bit is this R0.
Yeah.
For all of fisheries, and I feel like we're often chasing just that.
Sure. Yeah. That was very much an issue for the Atlantic Menhaden discussions that we were having. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. No, I only see the highlights on the morning news. On Sunday morning, they say, what was on Saturday night, what official, the priorities on politics. So I get the best one. Yeah, I see the best one. I heard all the noise. They gave us a room overlooking Barbie Street. Listening to all the noise at night. And she said, you can drown that out by snoring. And it's like, I'm just used to that. Noise won't bother me. My son is worse than me. I actually have to get out of bed and go wake him up sometimes. And that is, it got recordings of it. I can't stand listening to this. So, I'm not going to die today. I'm not going to change. Okay.
The NGOs.
They're up to something. One strong player.
They're going to come in with a plan.
No.
Bad idea.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Just go to the last slide of your deck and just be like, all right, any questions?
But by the way, you need some more information.
Cruise to any one destination for $35 a day. You get 240. I like that. I think it's
I'm reading all your policies on Ravel. I go to Expedia, I get a fare that's like $9. Okay. Round trip. Super saver fare. Of course, you gotta go to the airline to get a seat. Gotta go to American to get a seat.
Okay.
So I go to American, and it's like, they don't offer anything that, it's like swap coach seats or station. So you gotta get, this isn't the first class, but you gotta get a premium seat. It gives you 4 extra inches. So I paid $50 for this. And I'm sitting in the middle. So that's how American gets back at you.
Directly next time.
I tried that. I don't have those. I can't find those fares like that.
That's because they're not working.
But that's all I have to pay.
But you still have to pay an extra $50 to American.
Yeah,
Might
but
as
you
well
still
just paid it to American.
No, he's still
assigned to you.
He's still gonna, with Expedia in advance, it'll come out pretty good.
We're not that concerned about making a I think.
I'm gonna accuse of being frugal.
It's better to have a seat than to arrive.
They'll guarantee you a seat. You just can't.
Or 6 layovers. At a certain point.
Yes.
We understand that it's not as easy as
It is not.
They guarantee you a seat, but you can't get it until 48 hours before the flight. So that means that everybody's grabbed the windows and got seats.
I find the flight on Expedia and then I go to the airline directly.
I usually, I've made a practice doing that, and when I find the same flight, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's,
But sometimes,
you save $20, but you have $70 valuation and stuff.
For local officers, that's a small leg, right?
You get a carry-on bag?
You still get charged for everything, unless you fly first class. Or you have like,
they only charge to check bags. I travel light anyway. Scott likes to have a light.
I have no idea.
That's what it is.
You probably ended up someplace where it was just slow. They probably have to catch you up.
Flip that back to the land.
Grab that remote and go back.
You flip back to the landing.
Please.
an F, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
translates to F.
The F would have been.
Okay. So let's pick up. Do we, Robert and Peter, do you want to go back and revisit the conversation we had about the presentation you gave before lunch, or would it make more sense to move on to Peter's presentation and then
Let's get to that slide.
come to which slide? To the
slide in here? In the
Peter's
In the PowerPoint presentation, this figure will come up.
Okay. Okay, so let's carry forward in this. We had a conversation which we decided to halt and wait until the rest of you were able to get back about that period of relatively low menhaden abundance and the degree to which fishing pressure might explain that, or other factors might explain that, and what we might have seen at that time related to the ecosystem. So we will revisit that in a little while. But all right, so do you have Peter's presentation ready to roll?
Just one quick point for those folks that were not here when we were discussing. I think a cogent point is that this in the here I go trying to make a rambling point when I'm trying to make a cogent one, but the state industry, the state management folks and the assessment team think strongly that there's a relationship between fishing pressure and spawning stock biomass. This is not like a totally environmentally driven stock. When we see periods of high fishing pressure, then we also see coincident decreases in spawning stock biomass. And I think that was one thing that we had discussed, and I want to make sure maybe for some folks that maybe made that point. Yeah, so.
Okay, so I heard a number of times this morning about Peter's presentation, and it sends shivers down my spine. And slide number one. This is
called "Don't Shoot the Messenger."
This no. This is this slide should actually say Doug Butterworth and Rebecca Rademeyer, as presented by Peter Himchak and Robert Leaf. And if you don't think I'm intimidated by giving a presentation on a document that has Doug Butterworth's name on it, you're wrong, because this is a little intimidating to me. So I will do my best in his absence. So I hope everybody read the paper. There are copies here, hard copies, and it was distributed in advance. So basically, he's coming up with an initial illustrative example, empirical data on using management strategy evaluation for reference points. So I will advance. Okay, just a couple items to mention on management. If you really want a good understanding of this, I can send the link for a YouTube video, Doug Butterworth, that was funded by Pew, where he explains this, and he can do, and he's the teacher, and you'll understand it a lot better than I will, because he brings out a lot of the the simulation of data, evaluating trade-offs, the robustness is a key issue, and optimal management strategies for the diversity of stakeholders. So I can send those links to the YouTube videos to anybody that wants them.
Steve also had sent them out to the group as well.
Oh, did he?
And if you want to,
Oh, good.
we could go through that after your presentation. If
Okay.
you want to let Doug speak, I think if I give
Really?
you the link, we can do that.
Yeah, the first one was very, very, very good for me, because this is somewhat new ground for me as well. Okay, before looking at this particular slide, I'd just like to read one excerpt from his paper that is a kind of the foundation from where we're going to go in this 15-slide presentation. And he says, there is no strong evidence that this Menhaden fishery has in the past led to deleterious ecosystem effects. Presumably, therefore, if abundance can be maintained above its lowest level historically, ecosystem problems should not arise. Now, I don't want to debate that. I just want to state that as he's using that as his premise as we move forward in the PowerPoint presentation. There we go. So, wait a minute. I forgot one important point here that we thought should be brought up in the beginning. So this workshop, reference points, we've talked a lot about MSC, and what this management strategy evaluation is designed to do is address both issues. And an important thing to remember that he explained to us is a harvest control rule, which is required under the MSC process, MSC certification process, is not synonymous with a total allowable catch. A harvest control rule is a well-defined management action that is taken in the presence of a predetermined data point for detecting a problem within the resource. So I just wanted to get that point across. There we go. All right. So what are we saying here? The 1992 data point for spawning stock biomass is the point that you do not want to approach. This is the nadir of the history of the SSB, and if maybe at this point we can bring back some of the discussion we had for the possible explanations for this that we had while we were waiting. If anybody would like to give some ancillary information as to what drove that point down in 1992. There was this discussion about the selectivity of the fishery. Come on, there was a lot of talk, and we said we'd hold it until this slide came up, and now
here we are.
Here
so
we
let me start that. Let me start that with saying that there's two important issues that this sort of triggers. One is what might have given rise to the decline in abundance that resulted in that 1992 point.
We were talking about that.
And we were talking about that before, right after lunch. And then the second thing is which is related to your comment, which is Butterworth's premise for this, is there evidence that when the Menhaden stock was in this state, this relatively low spawning stock biomass state, is there evidence that there were or were not undesirable ecological consequences of that?
Yes.
I think those are both points that we need to spend time talking about. Whether the conclusion is we don't know or not, it's something we need to kind of talk about.
And then the third point is that there was the resilience of the resource in the upper trajectory of the SSB since then.
Right, that it has come back.
Yes.
Yeah. Chad?
If I could start, I would like to ask a question, and maybe we don't know, but so when he says there is no deleterious effects to the ecosystem when it was at the low abundance, is that a lack of information, or what? How did he arrive at that statement? Do we know?
Well, what evidence? I flip the question back to you. What evidence is there that there were deleterious ecosystem impacts at that level of Menhaden SSB?
Well,
we don't know of any.
Right. Well, that's the point. Is do we know or do we know we don't know? It's like I'll just use an example where I live. Freshwater lakes and rivers, and this about 2 years ago, all of them were declared high mercury and had these fish consumption advisories put on them. But you read the fine print at the bottom of the article says it's the first time they've done any sampling there. So yes, mercury was there probably in high concentrations, but I guess the point is
maybe our just data collection system hasn't detected that because we didn't look in the right places, or we just don't. So we don't. That's why I'm wondering: does he have any information that he drew that conclusion, or is it the lack of information drawing his conclusion?
Chad, I'd like to jump in here and just make a little bit of a point that before we get too fixated on an individual point in the time series, I think will be up to the members of the group to somehow justify, if not that point, and using evidence would be a good way to do this, not the lack of evidence. If not that point, then what is an alternative candidate that would be acceptable to you? Now, I feel like the introduction to this management strategy evaluation is that this is a candidate reference point that was evaluated using this simulation model. Like, a lot of things are up for discussion here, but at some point, I think we have to figure out there's some minimum spawning stock biomass that is necessary for ecosystem structure and function. I think everybody in the room, I think, agrees on that. But I think that if we start fixating, because I'm going to be going through the management strategy evaluation using this sort of minimum time, or minima in the spawning stock biomass as a case of how you could move forward in some decision making. But if not that point, then there's, where will you put it? And more in a larger way, none of that impacts the utility of the management strategy evaluation. And I'm not sure at this point. I would say, could we hold off a little bit on starting to choose those things, because I feel like that might be getting into the weeds a little bit when we have, this is one candidate reference points among a smorgasbord of them. So, and I just say this, I've not, and this isn't on you, Chad, but I would like to hear some evidence. Yeah, I would like to hear some folks say that, like, what the evidence is that one or the other is good when they start suggesting candidates. Yeah.
Well, I just want to respond. I'm not challenging the notion. I'm just wondering what information went into coming up with that notion, because to me, I don't know of science either way that says one way or the other. So I'm just wondering if Dr. Butterworth or anybody else has information that can inform what was going on there. So I'm not even ready to even get into the reference point discussion yet.
Very good. Ken?
Since we're sort of talking about, like, that we can't sort of pick and choose sort of which points we look at to sort of look at these assumptions, I might sort of take the question back even sort of like another level. If we're saying that sort of a large, or sort of like, we're saying the premise was that overfishing there was no overfishing.
Don't have a reference point.
So, okay. And so the underlying assumption is that there has never been any overfishing of Menhaden.
I just say there's no, without a reference point, there can be no overfishing.
That's sort of I agree with what you just said, Robert, but it is a kind of a semantic argument that says, because we have not defined what overfishing is, we can't say whether there has been or not.
Okay.
And I don't mean to be combative here, but
okay,
that's a loaded term that you may not be understanding exactly.
Okay. So, well then, can we take a step back and say, is there any other resource that we're aware of with sort of like high extraction rates, any other resource at all in the natural world that if we extract at extremely high levels does not have an effect on the broader ecosystem?
Mineral, animal, vegetable, everything's on the table.
Sure. Or something, a renewable resource, or whatever you want to.
Oxygen.
But the term relatively high harvest levels is just that. It's relative to 900,000 metric tons. They were harvesting that in the 80s, and now we're at a lower level. But I think throughout the course of this fishery, going back through 1977, and without, as I said, there's been no total allowable catch ceiling on harvest, and using the data from the Beaufort assessment model and projecting ahead for the next 20 years, the stock is very resilient. And if you remember when we talked about goals and objectives, my primary concern is that, you maintain a level of spawning stock biomass. I don't know if it's this point or higher, but that to me is the overarching goal, to maintain a level of spawning stock biomass to essentially to guarantee, but that in all probability would produce a good year class the following year. So that's where I'm coming from.
Dave.
So when I first read that statement in Doug's paper, my initial thoughts were, well, sure, it was 1990. Almost all the predator species were overfished at that time. You aren't likely to see a decline in predator biomass or predator abundance because they were already overfished, so there was less density dependence going on. And so there may not have been any ecosystem effects at that point, at that time, but that's state dependent. So now if we're trying to actually rebuild these predator biomasses, and now they're up to their target levels, and you reach this point in forage biomass, now you might actually see some declines. And some of Jay McNamee's model, he's done some simulations that actually show that too. So when you have F equals 0 for your predators, and they're up here at the top at their maximum biomass, and then you start removing their prey, then they decline. But if the predator's already down here, then the results of prey removal doesn't have as much of an effect on their biomass. And so I kind of just breeze through the comment there, and I would encourage us not to get too locked in on that. I think if I was the one that had done that analysis, I would have picked that point out of a matter of convenience, just so you could actually move through and demonstrate these harvest control rules as a way. And I agree with what Robert just said. We shouldn't get focused too much on Doug's inference for that one data point, but instead focus on how can we define a better point, because these harvest control rules do provide a mechanism for us.
So we can, I think that's very, very good advice. We can, and I think that's kind of where you wanted to go. We have,
the presentation, to get through a couple more slides, it'll provide if you get into the low point of the SSB, the harvest control rule will kick in, and that will it could very well establish attack. It could restrict landings. It could do a number of things, but you need a harvest control rule, and you need it well defined to take certain management action if you hit whatever nadir that you pick for the time series.
So we're sort of parsing out the fact that there's a debate that has to occur about what the appropriate level of abundance would be that would meet different objectives, as we talked about there. And then there's a second part of the sort of calculus, which is, given that you had defined that, how would you go about then defining a reference point and a harvest control rule that would reflect that? And I think what we like to do, what you'd like to do, is to sort of walk us through the remaining steps in that process, then, without worrying about whether we've got the number right at this point. Yeah.
Because the other numbers in here are for illustrative purposes as well.
Yeah. So, but I think this was good, because I think we really do need to acknowledge that this is a pivotal assumption, that in actually implementing a methodology like this to arrive at reference points. This is a pivotal assumption.
Okay, so Doug is using
if he carries on? Okay.
He's using as the operating mile the Beaufort assessment model, the base run. Just use that for CDAR 63. This is a depiction of the landings going back to 1962, and the reduction bait and recreational. Come on, here we go. Okay, so the projections of the operating model is using the future dynamics are the same as for the BAM-based model. The future annual landings are drawn at random with replacement from the 2002 to 2017 values. Now, my understanding is that this period of time represents it's more representative of the current fisheries situation right now after the consolidation of plants and based on the current harvesting patterns for the last 18 years, which is a pretty good sample size. So harvest levels are picked for the 20-year simulations into the future using the harvest levels during this 18-year period. And then the same thing, the hockey stick spawner recruit relationship, recruitment residuals are drawn at random from that time series model, estimated residuals. And here's the key part, the future survey results. And this is the heart of the model and how we're going to track the condition of the resource, are computed using log normal observation errors. Now, I know a lot of people can talk more eloquently about modeling on relative abundance indices, GAMs, GLMs, whatever, but I'm just giving some basics here. I think we're going to get into, here's the candidate management rule. Okay, so this is the index. It's averaged over 3 years, each data point.
It's a running mean.
It's a running mean, okay. And this is from the Louisiana GillNet, and the 3 states' contributions to the same index. So this is an indication of the health or the health of the stock as determined by fishery independent relative abundance estimates. See what other notes I have here. And it's supposed to represent the trajectory of the stock. So the benefit of monitoring this versus monitoring F is that, are you using F-based reference points? How do you determine them? You go do an assessment update or a benchmark and calculate your F and see what it is relative to your reference points. Whereas what Doug is moving forward with is an index-based reference point. And I'm probably not explaining this as well. He's picking a value of 0.8, again, as an observation. That this is as an example rather, not as an observation. So, in a workshop that would likely follow this one, the analysis of these points picked for for discussion would be much further developed. Is that a safe statement, Mike?
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, I mean these. So the index of abundance tracks stock abundance, and this is a period of low point in the spawning stock biomass, the lower, say, quartile in the spawning stock, in the history of spawning stock biomass. So we use the index of abundance not really to understand health, but just to understand biomass.
Okay.
The index doesn't track catch.
Index doesn't track catch, correct?
It should, if that's proportional to population size. It's showing flat catch and you're showing an increase in population size.
This is the index of abundance from the fishery independent sample.
Fair enough.
Yes, okay.
The catch has been flat that period where the population is showing an increase.
All right, well, what I'd like to do is I'm going to walk through the construction of the simulation, And then I think there'll be a lot of meat on the bone to discuss because there are some assumptions. That's part of the modeling exercise, and there are some refinements that need to be made.
Yeah.
But as a straw man to discuss, I think that it provides a good model for us to move forward and maybe make some decisions.
And the landings have fluctuated between 400 and 600,000 metric tons during
I'm
these.
looking at it right now.
Okay.
Basically, it's leveled.
So, Jerry, with respect, would you mind if you restricted your observations to the public comment period? Or if you have something you really feel like you want to say, then raise your hand and we'll. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Getting to the crux of the.
Is that the adult or is that the combined adult juvenile index?
This is a weighted average of the GillNet index, which is our adult index of abundance, and the juvenile index, which is from the SANE. It's a 4-to-1, and the idea was that by incorporating both of them, that you're capturing some different life phases of the stock, and then the 4-to-1 comes from the relative weightings of those indices in the stock assessment. If you recall, we weighted the GillNet index higher than we weighted the SANE.
Are there CVs associated with this index too?
There's CVs associated with the standardization of the index and also the sampling, but it's not incorporated here. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. There's a relatively arbitrary choice to use this 0.8. It's a straw man point for discussion. So you either could move the index, your target index up or down, and it wouldn't really matter what the variance on those points are, right? Because to overcome that, you would just move the index. You would move it up or down. And I think the other thing is the calculation of the running mean for this, which to smooth out some of the noise would make the calculation of the variance probably a little more difficult unless you contrive something. So I'm going to carry on.
Yeah, again,
I'm getting into the weeds.
I really want to stress that and Peter emphasized this, we will have ample time this afternoon to sort of come back and worry about the details. Right now, what we want to do is get the basic idea across.
The second slide will actually show how the index-based reference point works.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Let's put this up. Okay, here we go.
All right, so if we assume that we have some some limit reference point derived from the fishery independent index, and that value is 0.8, then we may use some kind of range of the sort of contemporary harvest, the magnitude of harvest from something on the order of 390 to 605 or so thousand metric tons. That was in these last 20 years. That represents this modern time. This is some band of target. As we move below our limit, then the total allowable catch will move down as well. Okay, so this figure is describing how you would impose a TAC on the fishery based on our limit reference point. Okay, and I'm sure we'll come back to this. Is there something on the slide? It's so this is an empirical index-based reference point that is a bit of a departure from our F equals M or biomass or SPR reference points, which were all problematic in their own way. But I will say very similar to what John and Trevor averred, I believe, in our workshop in our assessment workshop, at least one meeting in our assessment workshop when we discussed formulation of benchmarks. So, all right. So Peter mentioned this is a simulation model. We use an operating model to model the population dynamics of the fishery, using and assuming that the biological characteristics of the fishery are well described in the stock assessment. It's the only information that we really have about the biological dynamics of the fishery, so it seems like a reasonable starting approach. Okay, so we have our historical time series, and then these lines here are different simulated realizations. There are 3 of, some thousand simulations of, given the trajectory of the stock, given the biological dynamics of the stock, and given our contemporary harvest, what do we expect to see as the median and range of fluctuations in landings and spawning stock biomass? Okay, we're not going to be able to run the experiment of the fishery 1,000 times. That's not possible. What this management strategy evaluation allows us to do is play this through on the computer, and then we can look at some of the output for things that we might care about, like preservation of spawning stock and realization of the landings. Okay, so we would like to know, for this candidate target and candidate limit reference point, we'd like to know how well does the harvest control rule perform? Well, what we see here is that in red, these are without the harvest control rule. We see some dynamics here. So these are the envelope of the 90 percentile of the 1,000 realizations, okay? And this will give you a sense of with and without the harvest control rule, what our expectations are for landings and spawning stock biomass. Now, obviously, this limb of the projection is determined very much by our limit reference point, okay? Because we're allowing the TAC to be generated from that limit reference point, okay? All right. And I'm surprised this gentleman walked away, because this seems like something that he would very much care about. So here's what we see. So when we evaluate performance, we would like to understand how well does the control rule work. So indeed, when the harvest control rule gets turned on, the harvest control rule should be turned on when it's appropriate to be turned on, and it should not be turned on when it's inappropriate, right? So, and that's what this pie chart is showing. Now, this is not my pie chart. I show this under some duress. I have a pie chart here, but it's not my pie chart. Okay, I don't like pie charts. I'm not owning this pie chart.
Yeah,
okay.
I should have prefaced this discussion.
Well, let me walk through this. Okay, so what this is showing is that 84% of the time, when the harvest control rule should not be turned on, it's not turned on. Okay, when 9% of the time, when the harvest control rule should be turned on, it is turned on. So 93% of the time, the harvest control rule is doing what it's supposed to do. Now, if we change the limit reference point or change the TAC, well, primarily change the limit reference point, this is going to change a little bit as well. But 93% of the time, this candidate harvest reference point is harvest control rule, is doing what it's supposed to be doing. That performance seems fairly good, but has to be evaluated in terms of another candidate harvest control rule that perhaps this group would want to test its performance. Okay, but right now that would serve as some type of benchmark. Okay. All right.
Can I get some clarity there?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're saying the harvest control rule is turned on, that means the landings have reached a peak where it's creating low biomass at that reference point. So there's no, that would imply then that's where a catch limit would come into place or attack. And so you're saying 93% of the time you don't actually turn that on, you don't reach those levels, or you actually impose attack.
Okay,
is that what I'm saying? Are you not,
I'm gonna answer a question with a little bit of a clarification here.
Okay.
Okay, so the way that this model works is that fishing, you're projecting the stock, and you're also guessing at what fishing is. Here's a year that we fished X amount, right? So you take that harvest out, and then generate the index of abundance post hoc, okay? And then you add some log normal noise to it, okay? And then so it's picked out of some log normal distribution. And if that point you pick is below that 0.8 point, then it should be turned on. So that's where you get that noise.
What's it?
That's
when you would reduce the TAC.
You'd reduce the TAC.
Okay.
You'd have a TAC. Right.
Well, essentially, yeah. You would lower the landings from what it would otherwise have been without the
Robert,
catch limit.
Can I ask you just go back to that slide that shows that one, and just explain what happens there?
Okay, I would be happy to do so. Okay. All right. So this vertical red line at 0.8 is our candidate limit reference point. Okay. These points represent harvest magnitudes in our contemporary time period. They are bounded by these two horizontal dashed lines, which are the maximum and minimum catches in our contemporary historical time period. We think of these as being some sort of target, okay? So when in the simulation you fall below this 0.8 for this index, then say we move to 0.6, then instead of this level of fishing, within our target, you move down to this level. When you find that the index of abundance, which tracks the size of the stock, moves down to 0.4, this level is now your total allowable catch.
So just for point of clarity, above 0.8 on this, you are unconstrained. There's no TAC, there's no enforced catch limit.
That's right.
At 0.8, then that black line kicks in, and it depends on where you are on that black line.
Yes, Francois, that is correct. And the realized catch bounds from 390 to 605.
And in historical terms, those black dots point out that as an industry, we've harvested much higher than that harvest control rule will actually let us do.
What
and
you're
we've
referring to
come
is
through it.
all of these points here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, right? This candidate rule would actually have resulted in a different distribution of harvest had it been applied.
So someone was calling for conservatism. This is conservatism relative to history.
Yes, I mean, if you look at the magnitude of these harvests, we didn't look at what the distribution of that level is, but it's far from the highest, okay. Right? Yeah. Well, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. If there's any other points of clarification, or if I'm steamrolling through things,
Ed has his hand up. So
yes.
This graph, excuse me. So as I look at this graph, you have the 0.8 and the line going up. So everything that was caught in those years would have been out of spec for the plan.
Everything in this,
yes.
So this just bounds what has happened.
That's how many years?
What is it?
18 years. 2000 and 2017.
Okay, so everything that was there in 2000 to 2017 would have been totally out of the picture. You would have stopped it.
No.
No.
Everything to the right of the red line was in spec. So those years, whatever that corresponds for, was in spec.
Well, not at the diagonal line means anything to you.
No, because
So as long as you're passed to the right of this red line, as long as the index tells you that you're to the right of this red line, there is no constraint on harvest. That's what this implies. So all of these years that are to the right of the red line would be years in which the landings that were observed would have happened. This set of years here, because they're to the left of the red line, according to this rule, these landings would have been constrained to be lower than they actually were if this rule had been in place.
And that rule is the arbitrary rule, which we're saying is open to debate. So if you set that rule at 0.6, then all of your history would have been fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
All right. Well, I really appreciate everybody chiming in there for those clarification. I think it's fairly necessary that moving forward, that when I'm talking about these projections, that everyone understands how the harvest control rule is being turned on or not. Okay, and that goes to that performance. Yeah. So now we like when we think of that pie chart now. Okay, we're in this region. The harvest control rule, then we find that we're down here, in this region. Harvest control rules does not need to be turned on, and correctly does not need to be turned on. We're in this region here in reality, and the harvest control rule is turned on, and it's appropriate that it be turned on. Now, it's possible in this simulation that we can think we're here, but we're actually here. So that would be a false positive, okay? We turned on the harvest control rule, and we shouldn't have.
So can I just jump in for a second,
Yes,
just to
please.
help that elaborate on
Yes.
that? So remember that this is representing some quantity that we observe, which we believe is related to the real world. And that's kind of what Robert is talking about here, is that sometimes the quantity we observe is a little bit off relative to the real world. So we would observe a quantity of 0.7, but the real world, if we really knew what was going on, the quantity would have been 0.9. That's where you get these false positives and false negatives. So you make a decision based on what you think is going on, but in fact what's going on is a little bit different from
That's
that.
right. Yes.
Can you go to is the next slide the one with your lovely pie chart that you like so much? Yeah. So positive in this case positive means that there is no constraint, and negative means there is a constraint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So 84% of the time in this simulation, the population was assessed to be above that index value of 0.8.
That's correct.
And it in fact was above that point, so it's a true positive. And 9% of the time the population was actually assessed to be below, and the operating model says it was in fact below, and so that's a true negative.
That's exactly correct.
So you're saying 93% of the time this rule was sort of applied correctly. Whether it's a good rule or not, it was applied correctly.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I was just going to add that that's really a true reflection of the assumed standard deviation around your index. So if you order wide, so think of it as like the error in your stock assessment. So if you have a lot of error, then you're going to you might overestimate or underestimate stock size.
It has everything to do with the observation error of the index. Trevor?
Not to dive down into the weeds, but in practicality, right, if we're going to put this into management terms, will we be doing this in season looking at this index of abundance, or would it be a lag of 1 year?
So that's a really good question. As you know, the SANE index and the GillNet index we could use spring data from those and do this, use the information from the fall and maybe the spring to before the season starts. I mean, I don't know how this will be operationalized, but I think right now, if we wanted to change the index, instead of running from January 1st to December 31st, we have it on the calendar year because that's the life history of Menhaden. I think we could be flexible in and have some look ahead index, yeah? Because you would want to have the TAC. I think for industry planning, if you had a TAC, you'd want to know it before the season began, yeah?
So again, I'm going to let him speak next, but I just want to emphasize that what you're just talking about is not what this model says or doesn't say you should do. It's just operational considerations. There's nothing about this approach that says it has to happen in the same year or it could be lagged by 1 year. They're both possibilities. It's just a question of how you define. Ben?
I mean, do we want to get into kind of how management will react? Is that this portion, or should I just kind of comment on what Trevor said?
Go ahead and comment on what Trevor said.
Okay. I mean, what I would suggest is that rather than putting all the eggs in a GillNet survey basket at the beginning of the year, that, you know, some range be locked in over, you know, a 3-year period. And if it's, you know, observed to have fallen beneath that, then some action be taken, whether that be, you know, the halt of the fishery or, you know, some other step, automatic reassessment or whatever. But, you know, to be planning for the season to start in April with all these expectations, and then, you know, you get a GillNet survey within a month's notice, I mean, it's not really terribly functional.
I was putting my forecasting hat on, but you're exactly right. And I will say this, I'll take it one step further. Using the management strategy evaluation approach, we could see what happened if we waited a year or 2 years. That's the beauty of this model. So I think those are all, that's a great discussion point, and I'm not going to speak for doing some, you know, so I misspoke there. So thank you for that. Thanks for bringing that up.
And Robert, is it not correct that the index that you're using in these simulations is actually a 3-year smooth index? So operationally, in this case, it would have been the last 3 years of data that would have been used to trigger the management action.
Yeah, that's right. So can I go ahead?
You really want to finish this, don't you? Yeah.
Well, okay. I want to finish because I feel like I won't finish if I
should have prefaced this. Robert doing all the hard part. I just did the easy intro part.
You just threw the hanging curveball?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So part of the analysis of the operating model and the candidate harvest control rule is to understand how robust the harvest control rule is to situations that we've not seen before in the stock and in the fishery. Because you want to bench test this by looking at extreme conditions. All right. So in the previous simulation I showed, Rebecca and Dr. Butterworth bounded the maximum fishing mortality that could be realized, okay? And that was based on some historical observed F, right? So in this single scenario, and these can come in any number of flavors and any combinations, the maximum F that can be realized is over 2 times higher than it was in the base model. Okay, so harvest can be much heavier. All right, and also includes some 10 years of poor recruitment. It goes like this. We have our recruitment, we draw the recruitment values out of a hat based on observations. If our draw of the observed recruitment is above the mean, we'll draw again and get some poorer below the mean recruitment. So in these scenarios here, we're looking to understand how well does the harvest control rule perform when we impose poor recruitment, 10 years of below average recruitment, which we've never seen, and more than twice the fishing mortality that the stock has ever experienced. Okay, so that's an extreme, yeah. And not surprisingly, under those two conditions, we see decreases in the stock, right? We see decreases in the landings because the stock's going down, and we see decreases in the spawning stock. So what we want to understand is, well, how well does a harvest control rule save us from some extirpation scenario or extirpation point? And if I may, I'm just going to back up here. Yes, okay. So it's So without the harvest control rule is the red line, and with the rule is the black line, okay? And these are the 90th percentiles of the 1,000 realizations. So width is the black line. And what we see here is we see this is without and with. These are the median estimates from these 1,000 simulated realizations. And again, for the spawning stock biomass, we have, let's see, with the harvest control rule and without the harvest control rule. We see that with the harvest control rule, under these very poor, like this extreme scenario, that spawning stock biomass improves relative to having no harvest control rule at all, okay? And so, but during that time, we also see better than catches that are, improved as well, but, marginally. So that's the kind of what if scenario that you would like to run. You'd like to understand if the harvest control rule is robust. Now, Peter did not mention it. I think he was on the tip of his tongue. We use the base model scenario here, but imagine we ran so many sensitivity analysis, if you recall, like we had sensitivity analyses coming out of our ears. It's possible that instead of a base model formulation from the BAM, we could run some sensitivity analyses as well, like as our base model. All right, so just so these things can go many flavors, many different directions, but I think I'll just put this on the table that we'd be a bit hard pressed to think of something this extreme. Okay, so this represents a limit.
Control rules are in effect for 3 years on this.
Harvest control, Mike.
Harvest control rules are in effect for 3 years on these runs.
Harvest control rule in effect for the whole 30 years of the simulation.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just.
Sir, though, when you say in effect, you mean the policy is in effect. The actual constraint on harvest depends on the assessed state of the stock, right?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Yes.
So it could be that in any given 3-year period that you have a constraint in 1 year and then the index pops back up, rises back up again, and so there's no need for a constraint.
That's what this the model is telling us. Even with those insults, it's recovering.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all right, I think I'm near the end here. Okay, so this is again a robustness scenario for 10 years of poor recruitment from F, and then we model some zero catch. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this one, but another realization, another what if scenario, and I think. Peter, if you don't mind, I'll just walk through these concluding remarks here. Okay, so I think it's a useful and necessary discussion for this, and the validity of this harvest control rule rests on the premise that, well, I actually think there's probably a third thing too, and I'll mention that, but there's no strong evidence that the Gulf of Mexico fishery has in the past led to deleterious ecosystem effects. So. If abundance can be maintained, above its lowest level, this is Gulf Menhaden abundance can be maintained above this lowest historical level, then ecosystem problems should not arise. And then I would say the validity of the harvest control rule also rests fairly firmly on the idea that the index of abundance tracks abundance. Yeah, but if it doesn't do that, then we're really sunk. Okay. All right, so the next steps in working through this, and I think we really are looking for great ideas to think about how to use different operating models, different projection assumptions, looking at different robustness test results and alternative management rules as well. There's a lot of there's a lot of things that can be tracked, and so we think this is a good straw man to move the discussion along. And I hope I captured that well enough.
Yes, I just had a couple concluding comments that This is an index-based reference point management system. It's not the Magnuson, target F threshold that many of us have been used to for many years. So, I see it personally, the concepts, not the actual numbers. Let's talk about the concepts. And I get a lot of this from the YouTube video, where Butterworth stresses the monitoring of the relative abundance in fishery independent relative abundance indices. And I see that as not only satisfying the need for reference points that came out of CDR 63, but having the harvest control rule then satisfies the requirement of the MSC certification that you have one when and if it is necessary. And the other thing I'd add is that, this puts a burden on the state agencies for the fishery independent data. So if they have any qualms or uncertainty about, maintaining a critical element of this management program, I'd like to hear them.
So, it appears that beverages have arrived at the back room, so I think I'm going to suggest we take a break. I want to emphasize that we are going to, the conversation that just ended, if you will, sort of plants a seed for an approach to getting towards reference points. And I think there's two things there. One is the index-based approach, which Peter just talked about, and the other is the use of management strategy evaluation to test how effective a set of reference points in harvest rule are. And I would just mention that you could use MSE to evaluate completely different types of reference points. There's nothing about the methodology that Robert just walked us through here that's specific to the idea of the harvest rule being based on this index. So I'm kind of agnostic on whether or not and I think that's important for all of us to sort of to tease apart the merits of a simulation methodology to ask the question, will this approach to reference points and harvest control rule work well, given all the uncertainty we have about how the system works? And then the second question is, what type of reference point? And so the reason I'm belaboring this is because what I think I'd like to do after the break this afternoon is to actually hear from, and I think Dave is next on the agenda anyways, but hear from Dave, and I'm going to see if I can twist John's arm to give his presentation about other reference points this afternoon, because I kind of feel like it would be good for us to have on the table sort of all of these considerations, and then tomorrow morning we can sort of roll up our sleeves and talk about questions like, well, how do we decide what an appropriate, is 0.8 the right number or something like that? How do we decide whether there have been or will be or likely to be deleterious ecosystem effects? What are the pros and cons of a theoretical reference point versus an index-based reference point, and so on and so forth? Let's sort of get all the stuff on the table, and then we can roll up our sleeves and hash it out tomorrow. Okay, so that's sort of my game plan. I'm going to check in with my bosses here at the break and make sure that they agree with my suggestion for the game plan, and then we'll go from there. Kendall, you're dying to say something before we break?
I just had one question, just because I don't know the answer to it, is that the underlying premise about the evidence about other ecosystem effects, I was wondering if anyone in the room has any idea if we've studied the effect that the removal of menhaden from the ecosystem could have had an effect on hypoxia in the Gulf of Mexico.
I would have to interpret silence as, oh, go ahead, Ben.
I don't know that there's been a specific Gulf dead zone work done, but the filtering ability of menhaden has been studied pretty extensively on the dead zones in the Chesapeake Bay. And those results were that any improvement in water quality was negligible. Essentially, so juvenile menhaden consume phytoplankton, and then when they get, I want to say maybe mid-age 1 is when they start to feed on zooplankton, and its ability to filter out toxins or filter out plankton was just kind of negligible because it would excrete ammonia and nitrogen back into the water. So it wasn't this magic Brita machine that could filter out impurities or things like that.
So there isn't a sort of a net export.
Yeah, but again, I don't know that maybe Gulf Menhaden are different. I don't think so, but I don't know that there's any work that's been done.
Yeah, just again, based on the Chesapeake, and perhaps David would want to add on as well. The removal of nitrogen it hasn't been shown that the Menhaden have been the removing of nitrogen from the water, and in fact, large schools may even contribute to some of the nitrogen loading through the feces that they eliminate. They're suffering from the effects of hypoxia as much as other species are, such as croakers and striped bass. I think that's established in the literature just within the last couple of years. So the number of larvae that are entering the bay has not been affected over time from ichthyoplankton surveys, but the survival to larval stages has not been as good in decades past. So as far as eliminating the hypoxic zone, I don't think they're the solution. I think they're suffering from it as well as anybody else.
Okay, so am I right that the afternoon break is available for us to partake?
Yes, there is no insulin, so eat at your own. Press your button on the thing, and it'll ding, ding, ding.
Wow. I can't let you do that, Hal. All right. So I have taken somewhat of executive license, as I intimated before the break, to shuffle our agenda a little bit, because I feel like the best use of the last hour and a half or so that we have this afternoon would be to hear the remaining 2 presentations that are on our schedule about reference points. The first, given my revised order, being John Maresca's presentation on sort of a summary of the discussion of benchmarks and reference points that occurred during the CDAR processes in the past. And then Dave Shigaris will talk about the sort of ecosystem modeling context for thinking about reference points. So we're going to do that, and then tomorrow morning I will do a little bit of a recap of the things that we've covered this afternoon. I started to make some notes over there of things that we just talked about in the context of the Butterworth presentation. And then the tomorrow will be more of a sort of roll up our sleeves and talk about, well, we've heard what's out there, now let's think about what makes sense for us to do and what are the challenges and issues that we have to resolve in order to move forward with the development of an appropriate set of reference points for this fishery. Okay, so that's the plan. So John, the floor is yours, or the mic is yours.
All right. So Steve asked me to put this together, and I argued with him that I had no experience and was no expert on, still closer. Is that better? Much better. Okay. No expert on benchmarks or reference points, but talking with Robert said I was probably the most qualified to do it because I've been involved in all the CDAR processes since 27. I took that as better you than me. So, so moving on. So as I go through, if I say something wrong, feel free to jump in and correct me. And if you can remember something in addition to what I'm presenting, please feel free to add that. I basically pulled all this information from reviewing the summaries from all the workshops and webinars that we had. All right, so we're going to start with 32A. In 2013, we did not establish any goals or objectives, and a lot of this was just probably based on our failure with 27. And so when we looked at spawning stock biomass reference points, we didn't adopt any. There was a large discussion about all the marsh loss in Louisiana and how that was leading to uncertain recruitment. It was expected that with that habitat loss that recruitment would go down, but in the current time series, 10, 11, the fishery independent data said biomass as well as recruitment was increasing. Also, our SSB estimates at that point were based on the work that was done in the 1980s. And so we were left with this big question was, with the increase in biomass fecundity, what was causing all that? So we were very uncertain and didn't feel like coming up with an SSB reference point was viable at that point. We did come up with F-based accountability measures, and you can see what those are, the target and the threshold, and it was based on equilibrium yield. In addition, we came up with some accountability measures that a benchmark assessment would be triggered if the target was exceeded in 2 consecutive years or our threshold was exceeded in a single year. Yes, Peter.
Can I ask a question on this particular slide? So, yes, given my short history in Gulf of Mexico, Menhaden management, and the reference point issues with CDAR 63, I went back to this document. And the F values that were picked by the CIE analysts were based on, let's see if I'm paraphrasing, I'm sure. They thought they were reasonable because that was, they were customarily used for other species in that area. That I can look that up tonight, the exact quote, which leaves me to wonder, I mean, you know, how appropriate or how specific they were for Gulf of Mexico Menhaden, given its life history and attributes versus other predators in the area and any other forage species. It just didn't seem like a satisfactory reasoning for me for the selection of the SPRs. So that kind of like threw me for a loop.
Well, you're probably right. I mean, we're still struggling with that even in this current assessment, is finding something that's applicable to Menhaden. So there was nothing specific. There was no references. So we were basically just our best informed judgment that we had at the time. So. All right, moving forward to 63 in 2018. Our F estimates were going to be based on the geometric mean of natural mortality. The threshold was based on the full F, and then the target was going to be 75% of F. And I believe our current F estimate from the assessment is 0.78, I believe, somewhere in that ballpark, so we were below the target. The corresponding SSB, based on these F estimates, produced basically an overfishing or overfish situation that were within one standard deviation. And so we felt like that would automatically trigger some kind of management measure if we were constantly flipping back and forth between that status. So we tried to come up with an independent estimate of spawning biomass for 63, and we picked the percent of SSB at F equals 0. This was an ad hoc approach. We considered several different levels there, and we settled upon the targets and the threshold you see. And just out of concern, out of the review, we wondered what the corresponding F values from this method would look like, and they were basically implausible. So, and I threw in the, yes.
So going back to the previous slide where you were talking about the F values, I just want to make sure I get that right. This was based on this sort of broadly held idea that a reasonable reference point is to set F equal to M, or that F at MSY is equal to M. Is that where that came from, where you say the F estimate's based on geometric mean of M? That's the idea, right? And it's sort of widely reported. I mean, it again raises the same question that Peter just raised for the last one, is, how applicable is that theory to a species with a life history like Menhaden? But that is the basis upon which I think that
yes,
these were come upon. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right, now going back into the weeds, back to 2013 for 32A. These are all the things that we considered but did not adopt. So we talked about ecosystem models, but at that time, there was no reference points that were based on any ecosystem model at that time. That may have changed at this day and age. The FMED approach is used by the Atlantic. That approach allows for the annual variation in recruitment. It is based on the stock recruitment relationship, and that stock recruitment relationship was weak. And that ratio is going to correspond to the median biomass per recruit against the fishing mortality. F target was another option. Our approach was going to be ad hoc. We were just going to probably pick something between a target and a limit that we felt was appropriate. Did not get adopted. We looked at Prager et al. Suggested that a target, could be determined with this control rule. It was based on the precision of the assessment, and our biggest hang up there was this level of acceptable risk by managers. So that's even a problem for our actual managers at this point in 2013. The MAC, we were not considered the managers that would make that decision as to what the acceptable level of risk would be. We looked at constructing a stock recruitment curve. We would estimate the steepness or pick a range. Obviously, we'd choose something that was conservative. It was rather ad hoc. We didn't like that one either. Next, Z-based, using the catch at age to develop a time series of Z. And I think our problem with this method was that in recent years we had increased recruitment that would lead to increased catches as the stock recovers. And so that 3-year average over the recent time series felt like we may have set up a situation where it would lead to overfishing. So the benchmark catch of recruitment, I found this one. I don't have real good notes on this. I'm not sure what we decided on this one, why we did not use it. I'm not even sure who presented this one. So, but basically, we're just looking at picking a time series of the mean historic catch and look at the recruitment and use that as a reference point or an index. We looked at index-based, which I think we're kind of coming back to. So we have an overfish condition. Again, we're looking at a 3-year average of a survey CPU is less than 1/2 of the average of the historical CP. UE. And we struggled with this one because we didn't have a survey that we could use to index the biomass. Thought about the fishery dependent catch per unit effort as that index, but then we were worried about hyperstability. So basically using the spotter planes, if the spawning stock biomass could be going down, but yet the catches are remaining level over time. Informed judgment, looking at the BMSY, and then if the minimum stock size threshold was below BMSY, you would reduce it down, and then if it went even lower that, if you were below the minimum stock size, the catch limit would go down even more. This was all based on MSY. We didn't have an MSY estimate for that assessment either. All right, moving forward in time, what we've kind of looked at in 2018, the prior method using the F30 and F35% were not estimable. We talked about the historical catch, and for the record, that was Trevor and Jason that came up with that idea based on a portion of the time series. We've looked at F equals M, F equals 0. Other things that we considered was, this is a Pacific herring, Cox et al. 2015. We looked at that one, which couples the assessment to the spawning stock biomass and a harvest control rule. Basically, it would set a threshold at 30% of the original spawning stock biomass with a consistent, and that is a low productivity, low biomass. So, and so the reference point, they set the reference points so below serious harm. So I know we've talked about do no harm, but they set theirs at below serious harm. So they're staying below that point where harm could actually be detrimental and take time for the stock to recover. The fishery had to shut down. They found that they're based on the equilibrium yield, that their reference points were unreliable due to uncertain M values, a lot of fluctuations there, and implausible F values. So that kind of screamed at what we were looking at right now. So we saw a little similarities in that fishery, and their reference points is what we're trying to do, but it was not adopted. We talked about a lot of things, and we considered the best approach was to use reference points that would be derived from outputs of the BAM model, which may not be the case. These are just other considerations. These are things that we have not discussed. So, et al. Basically looked at the life history of a bunch of fishes, and when an MSY was estimable, he suggested an F equals to 0.87 of natural mortality, and if you had to use a proxy for MSY, reduced to 73% of M. Hilborn database rule. So again, this is index-based or survey-based, and the thing that was most interesting there was it should be based on whatever survey or index you have the most confidence in. So I'm not advocating anything, but for the menhaden fisheries, I think the thing we have the most confidence in is the actual catch. In the fishery, it's very well accounted for. Another species, hopefully a similar life history, percentage of the mature fish in the catch, percent of the species, specimens with optimum length, and the percentage of megaspawners. I threw this up here, but I found a lot of problems with it. So for the current fishery, most of the fish in the catch are mature. Most of the fish are within that optimum length. And as far as the percentage of megaspawners, that's part of the discussions we've had, where those are probably the older fish, the 3, 4-year-old fish that are probably in smaller schools and not being targeted by the spotters. So they may not show up in the catch at all. So the CIE recommendations, short term, they recommended we use a historical based reference point. Long term, we go through MSE evaluations to set up our reference points. Our current reference points were not recommended. In fact, one of the reviewers called them crude. We had another suggestion to use the BLIM to estimate the SSB. I'm not real familiar with the BLIM method. Hopefully somebody here is. And then just our next steps. So we're going to set some goals and objectives, and hopefully we can establish some benchmarks and reference points.
Yeah. Can somebody here elaborate on what the B-lim method is?
It's a Bayesian method, I understand.
I'm not familiar with it. Robert, are you familiar with it? Well, that's what it sounds like, but I'm trying to figure out what it means operationally. You know, what I mean. I can see setting a B-lim, but how? I mean, what is it saying other than that the B-lim should be based on your spawning stock biomass? I'm not really sure what that means. Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, yeah, it is sort of elusive, I guess, but it depends on what you're estimating what your B is, obviously, and in some percent off that would be sustainable. And they do something similar to the in the Icelandic Capeland fishery, and it's a B-lim. It's generic, but they look at how much spawning stock biomass should be remaining in the water, and then they back off from that, and so they set their B-lim accordingly. So it really depends on what the data set you have to work with, but that's essentially the crux.
Yeah, so I see that again. The words imply to me that they're saying there's some level of biomass that's a limit below which you don't want to go in that would trigger some sort of management action. But what's not evident to me from that is how you determine what that level of biomass is. And there were other examples that you had in there which were kind of essentially variations of that. I think you had one that was like 30% of BMSY, I think was one of the reference points that you talked about at one point in there, which would potentially be an example of that. Dave.
Well, just for the sake of information, I Googled it. Found an IC's document, and B-lim, the definition is a deterministic biomass limit below which a stock is considered to have reduced reproductive capacity.
Right.
The biomass below which recruitment reduces with spawning stock biomass, e.g. the change point of a segmented regression.
Right.
That helps.
So a biomass below which bad things happen is sort of what that says. Yeah. Yeah, Chad.
Ask a question to John and those that were involved with the stock assessment and the review process and looking at different reference points. And I'm guessing I know what the answer is, but because I know the time limitations on those kind of things, but was there an exercise looking around the room or looking around the world and looking at forage species that might be somewhat similar to a Menhaden, be a purse seine fishery or maybe even a trawl fishery type thing where I looked at the reference points and how effective those were? And so getting kind of a variation of what types of reference points are out there used in forage-based fisheries that could be somewhat used as a proxy for Menhaden.
I'm going to let Robert jump in. He looks like he has something to say there.
Just yes, we did. We did think about that. We did not evaluate the performance, but everything was on the table. Yeah.
Were you able to find examples of other forage species, commercially exploited forage species, for which reference points have been established?
So one of our challenges is, if I recall correctly, was that when we started looking around the landscape of forage fish reference points, much of it had to do with some preseason survey that was done. Either an acoustic survey or an egg survey or something like that in your neck of the woods, yeah? So I think the most useful thing for our discussion, I think, was the paper that John alluded to, which was the, yes.
Yeah, I think the F equals M, if I remember correctly, wasn't it Jeff Short that brought up the F equals M based on the Pacific sardine? And then our question was, well, you have a cold water versus a warm water species. How compatible, how translatable would that F equals M be for Gulf of Mexico Menhaden compared to Pacific sardines in the Northwest.
Yes,
So-
upon reflection and investigation, that was a Pacific Fisheries Management Council reference point that was for long-lived Scorpenidae in deep water, yes, rockfishes that
That's where it was developed?
Yes.
And then it was applied to herring? Is that what you're saying? Or?
No,
Okay.
no, we had it on the table because one of the folks in the room mentioned that it was used in forage fish, and then but I think we've moved away from that for a number of reasons, primarily because it didn't seem very well supported in the literature as a reasonable reference point for this species or forage fishes in general. But if I'm misspeaking, someone can.
No, you're correct. It was for demersal fishes, so there was no application for pelagic.
I'm gonna put Marin on the spot. Do you know of, or could we maybe look into whether there are examples of forage species that could be roughly, similar to Menhaden? Probably somebody would argue there's nothing like Menhaden, but that might be sort of case studies we could consider.
Yeah, I know Pippa's hopped off, but she had a couple of those in her presentation, so we can.
I remember that the map
on
that
them.
she had like I think she had a couple of anchovy.
Yeah,
fisheries,
exactly. Anchovy. I can't remember her examples, but we can certainly try to put together something, just some brief information about the reference points all of those fisheries have used, if that would be helpful for you guys.
I think so.
Okay,
I think it would be. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I don't know how quickly a group like this could ascertain their validity and how they perform. That's kind of gets really the question is okay, you got these reference points. How are they actually working to, in the real world, and what associated control rules are with those and management regimes, and that'd be a fairly big homework assignment, but it might be something for a follow-up type of workshop.
Yeah, I'm kind of viewing this as sort of information that gets put on the table that could go into the hopper if we move forward with this, for sure. I completely agree with you. There's one thing to say, well, there's a reference point out there for a species that's similar, but maybe that reference point isn't all that defensible,
So would it be more helpful to focus on those fisheries that, because as Pippa discussed, there are proxy reference points, there are fishing mortality reference points, there are biomass reference points. So we could pick, 3 to 5 fisheries based on a specific type of reference point to dig into for you guys, but we would need a little guidance on what you're looking for, I think.
Well, at this stage, I think basically it's all on the table. I mean, I think I have an opinion on where things are going to go, but I think we're not at the point where we've sort of said this is the type of reference point that makes sense for our fisheries. So I think what's more relevant is simply evidence for fisheries that are, and species that are similar to Menhaden as opposed to types of reference points.
Okay, cool. I will.
Did you want to?
I thought John did a pretty nice job providing an overview of what was available, and it really complemented the previous work that this group, many folks in the room, had done to try to look at this. I'm not sure there's many others.
There very well may not be. It just occurred to me, I was, just as Marin said, I was reminded of that one diagram that Pippa put up that sort of showed a whole, and there were some fisheries there that were, phytivorous or planktivorous fish, pelagic fish that might be, and maybe it's already been covered by your conversations. I don't know.
I think you're right on, and I would love it if we could have some more of that information. I guess I'd just be surprised if we hadn't covered it, but I'd be pleasantly surprised.
Very good. Ben.
No, I think the exercise would be helpful as it relates to, a project to work on. What are other forage species around the world using? But I personally think there's enough brain power here that focuses specifically on Menhaden that know this fishery, know this population, and that Gulf Menhaden should be the driver behind the reference point and not trying to force what some other fishery around the world uses into Gulf Menhaden. I think, there's still a fair amount of knowledge about how this population reacts to, harvest environment, things like that. So I think it's an interesting exercise, but I don't think it should be the driver to go out and try to find what, capelline or Peruvian anchoveta does, because it's just it may not fit.
Sure. Peter and then Chad.
Yeah, I remember this conversation, and I had it with Mike Prager, and it's like there are no other comparable species, warm water, relatively short-lived, high spawning potential, the reference points that we could use, instead of F equals M. And it was very frustrating that essentially, they weren't in existence.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. Chad?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I don't necessarily, I guess my perspective is we wouldn't want to just use something that somebody else is using just because it's been used, but how informative has that, use that to inform what, reference point should be here. So if you use an index-based reference point as pick a point in time of the landings or low abundance, how effective is that? And is there similar reference points used in different other fisheries where that shows that that's okay or not okay over the long term? So just to help us inform where we really should be setting these levels for reaching our objectives.
Great. One thing that I took from this, John, that I think is interesting is that over the course of all the discussions that you had, both CDAR 32 and CDAR 63, if I've got the numbers right, there was an interweaving of what I would consider to be kind of theoretical based reference points, MSY type things, and what I would call index-based reference points. And throughout your presentation, both in the early period and then even in the 2018, I think maybe the slide before this, for example, you talked about a 2002 paper by Ray Hoborn where he talks about using survey indices as your reference point. So, I mean, what that just tells me is that the idea that we talked about earlier this afternoon, the sort of straw man that Doug Butterworth explored, is not different from what we just saw in terms of your sort of broad assessment of options. It's just one category, and it sounds like your group, in a way, my sort of read of what I heard you say and my reading of the assessment report, the CDAR 63 assessment report, is that although you weren't sort of comfortable coming out and say we should go the index-based route, there would seem to be kind of more comfort or more optimism that something could be done there that was not relying on, particularly because of the life history characteristics of this species and the fact that sort of MSY-based reference points just almost don't make sense for Gulf Menhaden. So, all right. Any other comments? Yes, sorry.
I just have a quick question. Does straw man have a different different meaning within scientifically than it does elsewhere?
Than like in The Wizard of Oz? Or?
No, that I mean, like, and normally, I guess I'm just confused because a lot of times people say, oh, you're putting up a straw man argument just to knock it down as a way to sort of like mislead people.
No, I don't think, well, I can only speak for myself. My use of the term straw man is absolutely not something you put up just so that you can knock it down. It's something you put up so that you can look at it and decide whether it has merit. But you're proposing it not because you're convinced it has merit to start with.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, excuse me. Robert and I had a discussion on this, and we use the term straw man in this sense, insofar as Doug has chosen numbers to illustrate an example. He's not picking them as the etched in stone numbers that you used for the calculations. So a straw man is, for discussion and consideration and refinement, and then there'd be a lot of analytical work as to whether that 8.0 or 1992 value are the right ones to go with.
Yeah, I mean, another phrase that's sometimes used that sort of is somewhat similar is proof of concept, sort of presenting something as a proof of concept, not because it's necessarily the way you want to go, but it illustrates the approach. So, yeah.
I'm glad Robert walked back to the room because I want to circle back to that GillNet survey if I could. Because if that's, if we talk about an indexed approach and we're relying on that survey itself predominantly, what does the assessment team, because it looked like it had a high amount of variability there towards the end of the series, and which implies to me that maybe that isn't the best index to use, even though it's probably the best one that we have other than catch. But so where are we at on that survey as far as how consistent it is? Has it changed over time? Does it need improvement from the stock assessment perspective? I know I'm putting you guys on the spot, and there's going to be some, legacy defense here, but I'm just wondering if there's an approach that uses an index, which I agree it's worth discussing. Do we have the right index, and should we work on figuring out how to improve that so it can be used for management? And what would that look like?
I'm going to let Jason talk about the specifics of that index, but we do have other indices of abundance in the Gulf of Mexico, like from Alabama, Mississippi, and Eastern Texas. And presumably, as we move forward, I think it might be reasonable to think about the inclusion of those other pieces. That's all I'll say about indices and about indices in general. But Jason can certainly speak to specifics about the Louisiana GillNet, and he won't get defensive. He's happy to throw anybody under the bus at any time when it comes.
Go, Jason.
Yeah, so I mean that, and it's written up in the CDAR report that index has changed over time. There have been changes to it, and it's not to say going forward there may not be changes. And yeah, there's some variability. Our CVs around it that we get are fairly tight, but I mean I don't, just because it's not steady, is it not a good index? I don't know. I can't answer that, but. Yeah, it has changed over time.
Did the stock assessment panel recommend any changes to that survey to make it, and I guess I don't want to just pick on that one because, I mean, yeah, you're right. There's other indices out there. They're kind of stitched together, as I understand it, to make one index for the juveniles. So I guess my leading to, should those programs, if they're not already, and I don't know because I'm ignorant on this, are they standardized enough where they can be used as one, or should we work towards standardization of those indices?
We are so fortunate in the Gulf of Mexico to have each of our states' sampling regimes be using similar gears, and the deployment is relatively similar among the states. I mean, we did standardize, I think Amy, and well, I guess I did some of it too. We did standardize some of the indices, and from the stock assessment perspective, making recommendations about the sampling regimes of the states was well out of the scope. We were a consumer of those data, just like we will be again when we determine if we want to use those as a reference point.
Yeah. So our state sampling is going to be predicated on our management needs, not the needs of an outside assessment, as far as making changes to that index, if that's what you're asking.
It kind of is, but it's a circular question, right? Because the assessment should drive what management regime needs are. And if I recall, what's that?
We have our specific.
Right.
We have our specific state managed species that we look at, and that's what our sampling program's designed to look at.
Right, not targeting Menhaden directly.
Right. In fact, Menhaden is presumably, I mean, there are other species that it's targeting, and Menhaden is, would it be fair to say that Menhaden is kind of an incidental catch?
We're targeting everything.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what you mean by there's other factors at work in terms of driving the priorities for that survey. Yeah. This is always a challenge, let me just tell you, in any fishery. I believe that the challenge of devising a comprehensive index for Atlantic Menhaden is an order of magnitude more messy. I think maybe that's what you were alluding to when you said it's wonderful that the states have relatively similar assessment programs for their species compared to some other places and other fisheries. Which is not to say that this is an important issue to confront, but
right. And
yeah.
And maybe those that have the longer history here, like Steve, but my recollection that in part CDR 27 failed because the juvenile index, they couldn't, it didn't comport and they couldn't stitch it together because of sampling regimes. So they made modifications to the sampling regime. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection in part of why it didn't pass muster. And so that led to changes, if I'm not mistaken, to the sampling programs. Is that not correct?
No, we didn't.
One of the problems is
Microphone.
our fishery independent sampling doesn't match up to where the fishery dependent harvest is occurring.
Right.
We're sampling in the bays.
Yeah.
And we did have some Gulf trawl samples that where we're harvesting the fish that the industry's harvesting, but it's not used in the stock assessment.
Yeah, Dave.
So, I guess as I'm listening to this discussion about managing based on the index, I'm kind of wondering why or how we got here. I mean, typically an index, if you're managing based on index, it's because you don't have enough data to even run a stock assessment. That's not the case here. And so, like what Rob presented for the MSC, yeah, it had an index on the x-axis, and that drove the harvest control, but that could just as easily be your stock assessment biomass. And you could have, this is building on this framework that was presented, so you could have your assessment biomass. You could also evaluate in there the precision of that assessment and the frequency of those assessments. So you could have a stock assessed every 5 years to see, is this the right timing for a stock assessment, or because this species is highly dynamic, do we need to have a 2 or 3 year assessment timeline? So I think that the index conversation is important as a means to inform the stock assessment, but I think we're beyond managing based on an index with this stock. I mean, this is my opinion. You're shaking your head no.
I think, well, okay, go ahead.
So I think part of the reason why we might be here is because there's and by the way, we're not there yet, right? We've not made any decisions, but these SPR based reference points don't seem reasonable right now. So some of the modeled reference points, some of the reference points that are derived from the estimated parameters in the stock assessment model are not going to pass another peer review and I'm not talking MSC, I'm talking our stock assessment. Like, we're going to get battered again to do a better job. And so Hilborn has made a pretty strong case in this 2002 paper that the index of abundance tracks abundance. Yes, so present hopefully, yes, with some noise there. And maybe going back to some first principles, and so yes, probably used for data limited species, but there's a value in not basing there's a value just having it based on some observed data instead of some modeled data. That's so, but I do take your point, and you're right on with the data limited aspect of it. Yes, yeah, and this certainly in a single species context, this is not a data limited stock. Yeah.
I just to add, Robert, I would also mention that there's a distinction between, I think the more important distinction is between a, what do I want to call it? Not so much an index-based method, but a method that's based on a benchmark that's the status of the population relative to some historic value or some value that's not based on a theoretical. The problems with a lot of the benchmarks that have been talked about, as you just said, these SPR types, is that there's problems with calculating the theoretical quantities that you then compare the spawning stock biomass to. But there's really no reason why the methodology that Peter and Robert just presented, and I think this is kind of what you said, where on the x-axis was this J index, composite index. It could have been spawning the assessment spawning stock biomass. And the only caveat would be that involves some additional statistical jiggery-pokery that the J index didn't. The J index has some jiggery-pokery in it because you're weighting two indices, but it's closer to the real data than the estimate of the spawning stock biomass itself is. So, yeah.
Oh, no, it does have advantages in that you can actually respond more quickly. You don't have to wait for an assessment cycle.
Right.
But
right,
the issue
right.
of, the index takes place in the bays and what's happened, there's a lot of...
You want to be pretty confident that that index is telling you what's going on with the fishery that you're actually trying to manage.
Yeah, that's a big mountain to climb at this stage.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, just gonna say, that's been a bugaboo. That's been a feature of this management and assessment process, is that we have the second largest fishery by weight in the United States, and fisheries far smaller than this have airplane surveys and acoustic surveys to inform biomass. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to bring this up, while we're talking about it, kind of the next step, is kind of led to it with we're sampling in the bays, but it's not where the fishery is actually occurring. I just want to touch back on Jason and our initial recommendation in the workshop when we went to historical landings and looking at that high level fishing pressure that was occurring in the past and that corresponding decline that we saw in the fishery. What would, I'll probably get y'all's opinions on it a little bit better, what would be the ability of us to somehow use both the fisheries landings? And I say that because we have a vehicle for monitoring the fishery with the landings in real time. We know what they are. We have a pass all the way back to 77. We've got it pretty well scheduled or pretty well looked at across that whole time span. Was the ability of looking at both of those and some sort of index measure as well as a reference point, maybe combining the two to have a look at both sides, the fishery and the actual surveys themselves.
So you're saying coming up with sort of a trigger that is based on some combination of the fishery independent survey and the fishery dependent data.
Right.
Yeah.
That seems like a fairly reasonable idea. We have to flesh out the details, but as long as I think it would, a CPUE type index would be the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. So
for the fishery dependent
for
data.
the fishery dependent. Yeah. But
so the one cautionary note that would almost invariably be offered is the word hyperstability, is the note that commercial catch per effort can remain anomalously, artificially, whatever the right word is, can remain high when the stock abundance is going down because of the efficiency of the fishery. So that's the potential peril of relying on landings or catch per effort. But that doesn't mean it's in principle.
If we combine the two, we'd have kind of a look at both sides to be able to maybe
Sure.
identify hyperstability if it was occurring, to have something in place to be able to move forward.
Yeah. Chad.
And to me, that's actually getting into more of a annual update, like are you running the assessment model every year with those indices? So if you do have your catch data coming in, whether it's CPU, your landings, and you have your indices coming in, you just turn the crank and you get out basically a relatively new stock assessment just to kind of keep tabs on where abundance is and in relation to the fishing mortality. Mm-hmm. So to me, that would be ideal if we can get to that point.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dave, I'm going to let you speak, but you're taking time away from your own presentation. So, which would you? Because you're next.
Yeah. Just a quick comment. If y'all are interested in that approach, they're actually moving forward with something like this for red grouper right now, trying to develop these interim analyses that can provide some actionable information based off of indices that are more readily available than the stock assessment. So that's happening now. So that's something that this group could follow.
All right, so we have. I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to leave. You can leave your mic on, and we're going to hear from Dave talking about ecosystem modeling and its relationship to Menhaden reference points.
All right, so I'm just going to kind of present some of the models that we're working on for Atlantic Menhaden and introduce you guys to some of the models for the Gulf of Mexico. Having sat in on the conversation today, I probably would have added some other things to it that I think would have been more informative. Some of the management strategy evaluation capabilities and things like that. But maybe I can pull some slides together and share that tomorrow if there's time. All right, so I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to talk about the ASMFC Ecological Reference Point Working Group that I'm a member of. We formerly called the BERP, now we're the ERP. Just talk a little bit about our objectives and timelines and briefly go over the suite of models that we're considering. And then, like I said, introduce you to these Gulf of Mexico models. All right, so our work group for the ASMFC consists of about 15 members. We were formerly the Multi-Species Technical Committee, so we did the MSVPA, so there's a long history in that. And then when we updated the MSVPA in 2014, we basically couldn't get it to converge, had a lot of issues with it, and so we kind of bailed on that. And since then, we've changed from the BERP to the ERP. What we've been working on really over the last few years is addressing Amendment 3 for Atlantic Menhaden. And they called for this adoption of the ERPs as part of 2019 assessment. There's been a lot of activity over the last couple of years. I think probably the biggest thing that happened was November 2017. They were supposed to adopt some ERPs, and they basically punted and gave us more time to finish developing these models. One of the things I'll point out about this committee is that the committee is mainly made up of state agency scientists. And so we're tasked with this big effort to develop these ecosystem models, yet we all have day jobs essentially. And so it's been a little bit of a slow process. It's not like we're externally funded, to do this work. But we're making good progress. This is going to be a big year for us. Other things we've done, we've also evaluated the LINFEST reference points. We did that back in 2017. And we went through this process. Our arms were kind of twisted by management because we actually dug into a lot of detail, had conversations with Ellen Pickich and Ray Hoborn as well, kind of went back and forth, taking into consideration the debate that was playing out in the literature at the time. Basically, we went through the process and found a lot of issues related to how we convert these biomass-based reference points from LINFEST into age-structured model currency. The selectivities that were used in those kind of rule of thumb reference points didn't match with Atlantic Menhaden. So there were a lot of reasons that we were uncomfortable moving those forward. And also some of the goals and objectives, a lot of those are very similar to what we came up with today. Support predator biomass, sustainable harvest of menhaden, improving the age structure in the population. So here's a table that we've developed. On the left, we have the suite of models and approaches. And across each column are the potential management goals and objectives. These may have been things that came out of your work, Mike, with the board. And so we've kind of tried to match up which models can address which objectives. And so you have some things like low disease prevalence, adequate nutrition, supporting predators at the preferred biomass levels. So that third column, I think, has a different terminology, which I think is very important. If you want to support predator populations, then we need to define what are your objectives for those predators, what are your target biomasses for those predators, sustainability, broader age structure, so forth. All right, so I'll go through these 4 or 5 models here, starting from the simplest to the most complex. So Jenny Nasalj and Michael Wilberg at University of Maryland Chesapeake Bay Laboratory. I've been developing a surplus production model with time-varying R. And the idea here is that parameter in your surplus production equation, R, encompasses the population response to the surrounding ecosystem, and that may change over time. They simulation tested this and found that the time-varying R model was more accurate than a static surplus production model. And you can see some of the results here in R with peak productivity in 1972 that correspond to high recruitment. And it also allows you to estimate these dynamic MSY-based reference points that incorporate the changing stock productivity. Some of the things that Jenny's working on now is actually trying to understand some of the mechanisms behind this. So this just spits out a trend, but what's actually causing that, we don't know yet. All right. The next model is a Still-Henderson model. This is developed by Jim Uphoff with Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Essentially, this is a surplus production model, but it has a predation component. So it's basically partitioning out some of the mortality. And so it's just this D component. So here's your population minus harvest minus predation losses. One of the drawbacks to this model is there's no predator feedbacks. So there's just top-down control on menhaden. And I think so far he's been able to build in just four predators: striped bass, bluefish, weakfish, and spiny dogfish. And the type of information that this has given us is predation mortality and per capita consumption by predators. Jim's been working on some actual reference points based on maximum usable production. So basically the maximum usable production is equal to the MSY with predation.
What's H?
What's what?
What's H?
Harvest.
Oh, harvest,
Yeah.
of course.
But we've also been playing around with using this for some projection scenarios, so where you can actually prescribe your predator biomass levels and then evaluate different menhaden harvest rates with prescribed predator biomasses.
Just quickly, is there any correspondence between the time series that you see for these predators and the R time dynamic that you saw in the nestlage cohort model? Like really high R early on, was that when there were relatively few predators? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I'm looking to see if that had that plot.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
What's the time series?
I put these plots up here mainly so my slides weren't just crowded with words only. So they weren't strategically placed.
So that's in the 70s.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was
Sorry,
striped bass were probably getting ready to tank about then.
Yeah. So it's conceivable that high R is related to a lack of predators on the menhaden.
It's possible. There's a lot of potential explanations. Yeah. Because these are both production models, Jim and Jenny are working pretty closely together to try to compare their outputs and things. So now moving up in complexity, this is the multi-species statistical catch-at-age model that Jason McNamee with Rhode Island Department has developed as part of his PhD dissertation. I think he's studying under Jeremy Colley. This was originally developed by Kirsten Curti et al. Yeah, in 2013 for Georges Bank, and he adapted it for the Mid-Atlantic region. So this is basically a traditional catch-at-age, statistical catch-at-age model with predation, and it's got some prey size, suitability, and preference parameters in there. Right now he has 5 species: menhaden, striped bass, bluefish, weakfish, and scup. So he's actually got two prey species in there. He does have a functional response to predators, so there is some bottom-up feedback, and that is menhaden availability impacts the predator growth or mortality. But the caveat is that functional response is only built into the projection module and not the estimating model. Unless he may have actually resolved that by now. We meet again in April. But one of the things that he's been able to do is look at like future projections of menhaden and predator stocks under different F scenarios. And I want to point out this figure here because this was kind of the point I was making earlier about the impacts on the ecosystem. And so what this figure shows is you have two scenarios: menhaden at F equals 0 and menhaden with a high fishing mortality, F equals 9. Then you have 3 striped bass scenarios with low F, 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3. And so what you see is if you're looking at this case where the predators are exploited higher, then the effect of harvesting the prey doesn't have as much of an impact as if your predators are at unfished or lower exploitation levels. So if you're trying to actually recover your predators back to a level of above MSY or something like that, then reduce it. then reducing their forage will have more of an effect than if they were already overfished. So if you think about that discussion going back to like, well, 1992, a lot of the species were overexploited during that time period. So you may not expect to see a response in predators as a result of menhaden harvest. And then the next model, so this is a big full-blown ecosystem model for the Northwest Atlantic continental shelf, which is developed by Andre Buchheister. He actually developed this model first when he was doing his postdoc at the Chesapeake Bay Lab, and now he's at Humboldt State University in California, still working on this model. So this uses the EcoPath with EcoSim framework, which is a popular food web modeling software package. It's been used around the world and applied for fisheries management applications. The consumption model is based on foraging arena theory, so it has these prey-to-predator feedbacks. It also allows for you to explore bottom-up drivers on the food web so you can impact primary production. There's a spatial component that we haven't built that into this model, so you can look at spatial dynamics. There's also management strategy evaluations, which we're hoping to develop here. But his NWACS model has 61 functional groups ranging from detritus, primary producers, all the way up to mammals and birds. So he's kind of got the full suite of the ecosystem. And for the species that Atlantic States is most interested in, like striped bass, we have age structure built into those. So we have detail around some of those key species. Chad.
I don't know if I should ask this, but is he in previous modeling work on the Atlantic side? They've been having to borrow, because we were involved in the project over there a while ago. They didn't, in lack of having data specific to Atlantic, they were borrowing, like, for instance, diet content from the Gulf. Is this all Atlantic specific, do you think, or is
this is very much Atlantic. So the Northeast, Northeast Atlantic or Northwest Atlantic has a longer history of data collection than we do in the South. Okay. And so there was actually these regions up here in this map were originally modeled trophic dynamic modeling from the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. So this is more localized data. Okay. But with calibrated time series, and some of the things that we're wanting to use this for is basically you can use these ecosystem models like this to screen your single reference points that might come out of a single species model to see what the impacts might be on predators. So you can kind of do this like fisheries risk assessment evaluation. You can also look at the trade-offs of menhaden harvest on predator populations and other ecosystem metrics, and some of that is identified here. So here you have, like, on the x-axis menhaden fishing mortality, and on the y-axis is the relative biomass. And these were like simulations I think were run out for 100 years and looking at the equilibrium biomasses. There's a lot of concern about this relationship between menhaden and striped bass, which is the green line. And I think that's just parameter misspecification, probably in the foraging arena model. But other things you can look at is menhaden fishing mortality and the percent of group, the number of groups that were negatively impacted, or the number of groups that were positively impacted, because oftentimes there are unintended consequences or indirect effects. And so here you have menhaden fishing mortality. Basically, you have your yield curve for menhaden, and then you would have your predator yields. And then, like I said, Andre is currently developing management strategy evaluations using those same types of harvest control rules that Robert and Peter showed us. And then I'm working with Andre to actually use the ecosystem modeling package, EcoPath EcoSim, to actually build these models of intermediate complexity. So our group was, while we like the NWACS model, we're very concerned about the level of uncertainty in that model and whether or not it's actually going to pass peer review. And so we're sitting in these meetings, and Jim's presenting his simple models with one or two predators, and Andre's presenting his really complex models. And I'm like, well, there's no reason that we can't have something in between. And so I'm working on a series of what I'm calling these NWACS mice models. So these are models that will have menhaden and striped bass, or menhaden, striped bass, and bluefish. So building up to basically 1 to 4 predators. So this is an example of the menhaden striped bass model. So we've got juvenile and adult striped bass, juvenile and adult menhaden, and it fits pretty well to time series and allows us to kind of explore very fast how these predator populations may respond to a menhaden harvest. So it shares a lot of the inputs from NWACS, but it's a lot less complex and it's very efficient, and it makes it easier to interpret the results because you don't have as many knobs to turn and moving things. And we're planning to do the management strategy evaluation of this as well. So the timeline for all this, this is where we are now. Our next big milestone is going to be our assessment and modeling workshop. We'll have 2 of these. The first one is going to be in April. The next one is going to be, I think this was scheduled for June, but I believe we just got notice it's going to be in early July. But you can see we've been through this process now, 2018. Since the board kind of gave us a little bit more time, we've outlined a very detailed plan to get to this point here at the end of the year, where we'll have to submit our report for peer review, which will be submitted go to the management board. So we'll see how all this all plays out. There's gonna be a lot of people watching, but I'm optimistic. All right, so now switching gears to the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot of ecosystem modeling that's taking place in the Gulf of Mexico. There's a nice paper here that Arnaud Grus and Hallie O'Farrell and some others put together to basically inventory all the ecosystem models in the Gulf. And there's over 45 of them. These range from simple conceptual and qualitative models all the way up to ecopath, ecosym models and Atlantis models that are linked to biogeochemical modeling. So there's a lot that's out there. And some of them have been developed specifically for Menhaden applications. Just a plug for a project that we have going on right now. This is funded by the NOAA Restore Science Program. We're about halfway through a 3-year project, and one of the things that we've proposed to do is actually develop some ecosystem modeling capacity for Gulf Menhaden. So Steve Vanderkooy's looped into our work. He came to a scoping workshop back in 2017 and been keeping us in the loop. We presented to the GMAC last spring, and I think we're going to try to provide some updates this fall. And I think we'll be able to provide some pretty informative stuff based on the conversations at this meeting as well. And so basically, we're trying to develop these models and work them into the process wherever they fit. So the Gulf of Mexico models I'm going to talk about are the U.S. Gulf of Mexico model, which is being led by Skylar Sagaris and Matt Loretta at the Science Center in Miami. Their kind of motivation for developing this initial model was just to integrate the dynamics of their federally managed species. And then with the Restore project, they've added a little bit more resolution around the age structure for Gulf Menhaden. So that we felt like this would be a good opportunity to apply these models because it has direct food web impacts. The other is an NGOMEX model developed by Kim DeMutzert. She's now at George Mason University, but she studied in Louisiana. What's cool about having Kim on board with this project is that most of her applications have been more ecological based. So looking at hypoxia, she's developed models for the coastal Louisiana river diversion projects. And so we're kind of bringing her into the fisheries management realm with her models. That's fun to work with her.
Looking at Louisiana as related to the effects of the menhaden population, the water diversion and stuff?
No, that was more in general to fish communities and things like that. And then the West Florida Shelf model, which I've developed, is mainly focused on reef fish. I don't think it's going to have much applicability for Gulf Menhaden because it's kind of outside the distribution, well, definitely outside the distribution range. But I want to show you the reason I have it here is because I want to show you an analysis that I've done with that in the past that I think is relevant to the discussions. So just quickly going through these models. So this is the domain for Skylar's model. It's basically this continental shelf for the entire U.S. Gulf. Has 76 functional groups. So she has Menhaden modeled as ages 0 to 4 plus to line up with the stock assessment. But it also has some of these highly migratory species. Matt Loretta is tied into the assessment of tunas and things, and so he has an interest in the effects of harvest menhaden on migratory species. But that's a challenge, modeling the migration patterns and things with these models. But one of the things they wanted to do, so there have been some previous models ecosym models that have looked at menhaden questions, but there were some pretty big concerns in terms of the diet matrix and how discards were handled. And so that was one of the big things that we've done initially is try to resolve some of those major issues. And some of the information that's relevant to some of our discussions today is the revised diet matrix. So during our scoping workshop, Steve pointed out that one of the big uncertainties is just what are the main predators of menhaden and how much do they consume. And so this is a bar chart showing the % diet contribution of the suite of predators. And what really stands out is that, there's not a single, at least that we found, there's not a single predator that consumes more than, on average, 12% if you integrate overall the data collections.
Can I just to make sure I'm understanding the x-axis here, that's would be saying that for king mackerel, about 12% of its total diet in weight is menhaden?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Now, earlier on in the...
Is it menhaden or menhaden-like clupeids and proxies?
So that's another good point. Let me go to this table here. So so there's a suite of prey items that could be menhaden. We have Provortia, Petronis, Tyrannus, and then we have a lot of unidentified clupeid. And I'd have to get back to you on the details of how she assigned that, because there are other clupeid groups in the model. But this is the issue with the diet. The other thing is that there aren't targeted diet studies for predators. There's none of them that are really contemporary. And so there could be some very important feeding events in time and space that just aren't sampled. If you're just pulling your diet samples from the CMAP trawl survey, you're going to miss a lot of maybe the key predator-prey interactions that are taking place. So that's important. Yes.
Sorry, John.
All right, Dave, I got to ask, why Tyrannus? Why not Smithii? Why not some other Provortia? Tyrannus is only on the Atlantic, to my knowledge. And that your paper here says this is trophic within the northern Gulf of Mexico ecosystem, so I'm confused.
Well, it's possible that maybe for some of these predators that maybe we had to pull diet from outside the system to parameterize the model. Okay. And that's likely why that prey item is showing up in there. So for some predators, we don't have any diet data from the Gulf of Mexico. And maybe it came from southeast Florida or somewhere where Tyrannus is. But when you have a predator in your model, you don't have any localized diet data. You got to get it from somewhere, and so that's what happens. But we would assume that if it's eating Provortia on the Atlantic, then it's likely to be eating Provortia in the Gulf.
Can you explain the second bullet, the consumption levels of 5 and 10%?
So I think what that is saying, and this is Skylar's slide, but I think what that is saying is that in the Gulf of Mexico, it appears that the predators are less reliant on menhaden than they are in the Atlantic.
That's what I would interpret that as saying,
yeah.
Chat. Is tarpon represented on this list of predators, and are there any bird species? I see seabirds. So that's like all seabirds in general, or is that?
I'd have to get back to you on exactly which species seabirds those are. They're going to be, they're not shorebirds. They're going to be more piscivorous seabirds. And tarpon, don't see them in this figure, but I believe we've added tarpon. So this figure in this paper was published before we made some of the updates to the model in the NOAA Restore. So I can get back to you on whether tarpon is there.
Yeah, I guess the point there is like I think you mentioned, this just doesn't appear in the sampling because there's not a lot of they don't go and kill tarpon, doesn't show back at the docks. You can cut their guts open and see what's in them. So
you don't know what you don't know, right? Exactly. That was why I said that earlier, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of feeding events that aren't sampled, and this is a data collection issue, a research issue, because if we just think we're going to be able to characterize the diet in the Gulf by just pulling samples from our fisheries independence monitoring programs and surveys, they don't sample pelagics very well. So there's just big data gaps in the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's less understood, the sort of interactions in the Gulf than in the Atlantic?
I don't think so. We have similar issues in the Atlantic. I think what's challenging in the Gulf is that we have a lot higher diversity. So there's more prey items, we have more clupeid species, and we have more predators.
Yeah.
But we have challenges like that in the Atlantic as well, where you have data that all comes from Pamlico Sound or Chesapeake Bay, and you're trying to build this, kind of coast-wide ecosystem model. The other thing that Skylar's focused on for this model update is the characterizing the bycatch in the purse seine fishery. And so she has dug into a lot of data. A lot of it is confidential, so I've actually never seen the data, and I believe that some of these, so this is the plot of Gulf Menhaden landings, and then if you look at some of the bycatch reports that estimate bycatch based on the percent of weight in the landings, it's a trivial amount, that percentage is, but because the landings are so high, if you extrapolate that out, then you can get some pretty high bycatch levels, incidental bycatch levels. And this is some estimates of that based off of some different percentages to the total landings. So here you have percent by weight is 2.35% based on this study, and if the average landings is 450,000 metric tons, then 2% of that could be pretty high for some of these predators that are small biomass predators.
And just note that those are 2 and 3 decades old, and with relations to those populations like redfish and sea trout and stuff, what were they like back then compared to now? So I'm really curious as to what data would look like these days.
Yeah, I think she has dug up some more recent data, and I don't have a figure of that, and I'm also pretty sure that some of that's confidential. But we can circle back with the group and get some more information on that for you. She spent a lot of time on estimating bycatch, because that's something that needs to go into the model. If you're concerned about effects on other species in the system, then you have to account for those that are linked through the food web and those that are linked through bycatch.
What is the reason that it's confidential?
Well, that's a good question. It might be because if it's observer data, it's got spatially explicit tags to it, that there's some limits on how much of and if it was data that collected by the industry, provided by the industry, there's limitations on how that can be shared and made available. And then where we're at now with this model, so she's made the updates with the diet matrix and the bycatch and added some species to it, and we're in the process of calibrating the model. And so you can see she's getting some pretty decent fits. This is age 4 Menhaden, fitting to the time series from 1980. Here you get estimates of predation mortality. You see we've had some instability in a couple of species, which is causing these oscillations. So that's a thing we have to resolve. This is an older figure. We fixed this at a meeting last year. But you get, partitioning of mortality, total mortality, fishing mortality, and predation mortality is not even showing up in here at this point. So don't focus on the details of this plot, but this is just the types of information we can get. Biomass, predation mortality, the percent of the prey, not really important for Menhaden, but for the predators, you can look at the composition of their diet, fit to catch, and fishing mortality. We're also exploring these environmental drivers. Like I said, you can have forcing functions on the bottom part of the food web, so bottom up forcing things like chlorophyll A to drive phytoplankton, Mississippi outflow. Kim's work is really informing this pretty well, because she's linked some of her models with some of these hydrodynamic models coming out of the Louisiana work. Chad.
Before you move on, did you say that you're working on trying to figure out how you can partition out the predation mortality, or you don't think we have enough data to actually get to that output?
No, we are partitioning the mortality.
Okay, and you're saying it's not showing up there, is it because?
Yeah, I think because these predation rates are so low.
Okay.
0.0008.
Mm-hmm.
It's there. It's just right along the x-axis.
There should be a red line down there that you could see. And this is a plot. So we had a meeting in Miami last October, and we kind of went through some of the diagnostics of this. And this is a plot when we kind of resolve some of these issues. So we fixed some of these diagnostics, and we'll have more for you guys. One of the reasons this is a little bit lagged is because she was supposed to get a postdoc to help her with this, and Skylar does a lot of stock assessments for the Gulf, and that postdoc is just now coming on board, and so we're able to kind of ramp this up a little bit, but we're just trying to keep things moving at this stage. So this is under development. And I would expect probably about a year timeline, we could provide some pretty good advice. John?
Yeah, Dave, how many species is that predation mortality for? Is that for like a group of 3 or 4? Is that for a more complex model?
So each line would represent a species in the model. And that species may be, so that each line could be a age class of a single species, aggregate biomass for a species, or an aggregate functional group that has multiple species in it. So it just depends. So we put more detail around the species that we're most interested in. So like red snapper would have ages, would have 3 or 4 ages or something like that. And whereas we might just have a aggregate demersal piscivore group for these other non-assessed species.
But just judging by this number of lines on that graph, there's quite a few predator groups.
There are, but they feed at them pretty low.
And they're all feeding at a very low rate.
Right.
Yeah. Which is
kind of. Also, the Menhaden biomass is large.
Is really high
compared to the predator biomasses, the low diet contributions, and the predator consumption rate. So you get a low N,
right?
What we call N2, predation mortality.
Yep.
Next, this is Kim's NGOMEX model. So Kim's now at George Mason University. This was funded by the NOAA. I can't remember what that acronym is, but the NGOMEX National Coastal Center for Coastal Ocean Science, I'm guessing. Yeah. So her model domain basically goes from about Galveston to Pensac. This is an older figure as well, but she's expanded. You'll see in the next slide. She's got a model domain that's basically Northern Gulf. 60 functional groups in her model. So again, it's a larger model. Since she's come on board with our project, she's added age structure to Gulf Menhaden. This is, I think, is going to be a really important model for this because it's tied very tightly to the bottom-up drivers, and it also captures kind of the key center of distribution for Gulf Menhaden. But the application so far has been, looking at the role of hypoxia and nutrient enrichment on the system. Basically, she's finding that the Mississippi River discharge increases the biomass in landings, and the hypoxia reduces what could optimally be achieved. And so here she's got a plot that shows just different scenarios with nutrient enrichment only, with nutrient enrichment and hypoxia, and then with no forcing at all. And you can look at her paper. It's published in Ecological Modeling, I believe, 2016. And here you see she's working on some dynamic ecospace simulations. So she's actually got a month. This is working at a monthly time step. She's trying to model Menhaden biomass, monthly time steps based on the environmental drivers. And so, like I said, she's adapted this model for Menhaden management with our NOAA Restore project. But hers is still focusing on these spatial dynamics. So it's linked to the coastal ROMS model and coupled with this physical biological model that produces the DO maps and the chlorophyll A for this area.
Are there any data that you could use to evaluate those spatial temporal simulations of Menhaden?
So the spatial validation is something that we haven't done yet. We're planning. I know we're going to do that with our refish model because we do have some video survey data, and I don't know. That's a good question whether or not we have, because we aren't trying to model in the fisheries independent data in the bays at that resolution. So if we could maybe get some coarse fishery dependent maps, they don't have to be high resolution maps, but to help us validate these predictions at a coarse level, that would be very helpful. But that's a broader issue with these ecospace models in general, is that they have not yet gone through this spatial validation process. I mean, most of the time you look at it and you talk to somebody that knows where the fish are, you look at a map, but it's not a formal statistical validation procedure. We're actually having a workshop in Barcelona to figure out what would be the most efficient way and the best way to do spatial validation within ecospace. Otherwise, you can pop the maps out, compare your predicted with observed maps, and then manually, iteratively adjust the parameters until you get something that fits better. And it's not fun. It's not often satisfactory. Yeah. Chad?
I'm just wondering if you could cooperate with industry and use some of their field reports from where they're fishing and kind of link that up with it to kind of validate some of the spatial components.
That's what I had in mind. I think that would be our best source of information. So, all right, then the West Florida Shelf model. This is one that I've developed for my dissertation a few years back, and now we're updating this as part of the Restore project. This focuses mainly on commercial and recreational reef fish. It's got 83 functional groups, some of them with age structure, like gag and red grouper are two we're focusing on. And use this for several applications, looking at trophic impacts of harvest policies, impacts of invasive lionfish, building in some ability to evaluate effects of red tides, done some MPA. So a lot of different things that we've played around with it. Some of it's been published, some of it hasn't. One of the things that I have policy optimization highlighted, because this is the point that I think is relevant to our discussion. So EcoSim has this policy optimization module. Basically, it works on the assumption that the productivity of these fleets are linked through the food web interaction. So growth of some fleets may enhance or diminish the productivity of other fleets. So if you increase menhaden fishing, it's going to have a negative effect on the fleets that harvest their predators. So that type of assumption. But it also optimizes over different management criteria. So you could have criteria for socioeconomic, so you could optimize for profits and employment. You could optimize for ecosystem structure, so total reef fish biomass. So if you have a mandated biomass program, you could optimize for that. And so you can actually develop these trade-off frontiers and to try to identify these balanced harvest policies. And so each one of these points on this plot is an optimization run that has a different effort configuration and a different weighting scheme for these criteria. So over here you would have one where you actually weighted heavily towards economics. On the right you have scenarios where you've weighted heavily towards reef fish biomass, so conservation. Whereas up here you have those that are weighted more towards economics. And then here you have some balanced policies. So for example, if you optimize for profits, now this is the West Florida Shelf. We don't have big industrial purse seine fisheries. It's mostly a couple of small scale bait fisheries. And the effort's pretty low. F is probably negligible. And so if you optimize for profits, then you would see an increase in purse seine and shrimp effort, because the model sees that shrimps and sardines there's high potential yields, a lot of unexploited biomass. And shrimp effort is down, and that's mainly driven by cheap imports. So shrimp effort is a lot lower than it used to be. And the optimum effort from this profit optimization is approximately what it was in the 80s when it was at its highest, so about 20 times. So there's another way to look at that here. This gray bar would be the optimization so if I took these points, let me go back. If I took these points here and looked at, well, how's the effort configuration look from the points in this red box right here? And this is what you would get. But what's interesting here, so if you have this is a shrimp trawl in the purse seine, not an industrial purse seine, but a small bait fish seine. And so what you can also do is you can put values on the species, so market price or X vessel cost for the species. Each species that's harvested for each fleet. So we don't have good, what's the value of a recreationally caught fish? So we had to make some assumptions about that. So we started with, well, let's just assume that a recreationally caught fish, a gag grouper, is equal to the commercial dockside value. We know that it's probably higher than that, but that's where we started. So if you make that assumption that the recreational prices are equal to the commercial prices, it says, okay, well, let's go ramp up the trawl and purse seine fisheries to get more profits. To increase profits, that would be part of the optimum scenario. If we said, okay, well, what if the recreational prices were twice as much as the commercial prices? Then the optimum effort for these forage fisheries becomes lower. And if you say, well, what if the recreational prices are equal to the access cost, how much an angler spends to go catch a fish, which is about anywhere from 10 to 20 times the commercial dockside value. Now it says, wait a minute, if you want to optimize for your system for profits and reef fish biomass being the optimum level, then let's not increase effort at all in these forage fisheries. And so the point of this is that the optimum policy is going to be sensitive to the economic valuation of your other fleets. So the decision about where would you optimize effort in the forage fisheries depends on how you value your predator, your sport fishes.
Can I ask where that assumption comes from that recreational prices would exceed sort of commercial value?
There's a bunch of studies out there that value recreational fisheries. We just don't have exact species-specific estimates.
And is that including downstream impacts from the commercial sector, such as like restaurants and?
So no, that does not include the value chain, going from harvest up to final consumer.
Thanks.
Was Menhaden using that? You used forage a couple of times, or low trophic. Is it
So
the shrimp or?
So the trawl is shrimp, and the purseine is targeting what we call the sardine, herring, scad complex. So there's not a lot of menhaden on the West Florida shelf. It's mostly scaled sardine.
So this is specific to the West Florida shelf.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not trying to say this is transferable directly to Gulf Menhaden, but I'm just this is an interesting finding, and I think that in a situation where maybe food is not limited, in the Gulf, maybe menhaden don't have a very large effect on predators as you remove them from the system. But if the value of those sport fish is so much greater, then that will drive what the optimum policy should be.
And for argument's sake, what value would you apply to menhaden if you did use that?
The value chain.
I mean, because obviously if you do an X vessel value, you're going to get 10 cents a pound. But if you work that out through the system per ton of fish meal, fish oil, it's going to be more than, a handful of pennies.
Yeah.
So,
I couldn't even speculate on that, but I imagine it would affect these results here.
Does anyone know the rationale behind not including those sort of down chain sort of value adds?
It's harder. It's harder to do.
Fair.
Yeah. I think that's.
All right, so that was all I wanted to share. Just to summarize, our work with the ERP is ongoing. We're looking at models from simple to complex models. The truth is, we still haven't actually put forward any actual ERPs. We are banging our heads together every time we meet to try to say what is an ERP and what is it going to look like. And I think we're kind of landing on some of these trade-off evaluations. If the managers can tell us this is the level of each predator's biomass that you want, then maybe we can start to optimize and give them some levels there. But like I said, we have 2 upcoming workshops, and the report's going to be due in October. So there's going to be a lot of activity in that group this year. And then, there are these tools in the Gulf. We're about a year away to probably have some of those Gulf models that are, fully developed and calibrated and ready to provide some inputs for this group. But we'll try to give an update, Steve, at the fall meeting. And hopefully we'll have at least some trial runs that we can demonstrate a little bit more detail. And then the final point really is, how and whether or not you use these tools, depends on the questions that you're asking. If you're interested in predator effects and interested in multi-species effects, then these are the types of tools that you're going to need to move into. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, I have a question for David. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission has invested quite a bit into multi-species management, 15 years with the MSVPA model. And then 2014, the benchmark assessment, you presented a number of models for the peer review, and the advice was essentially come up with something, a mice type model. And I've been following all your meetings since 2014.
God bless you.
And I will have a front row seat November 4th when this peer review takes place. And you come up, you have peer review on ecological reference points. So given the investment, which is huge, you're talking about 20 years worth. And considering the goals and objectives that we discussed this morning, and we talk a lot about, satisfying the ecological needs in the Gulf of Mexico, I mean, how far away are we? I mean, just give me some sense of scale as to how far away we are in the Gulf of Mexico from being able to answer specific questions on P2, M2 estimates, natural mortality due to predation, satisfying ecological roles, whatever they may be, because we, as you said, even on the Atlantic, it's a heavy lift because you're all state representatives, except for Amy and Ray. So, okay, sorry. So I mean, where are we in the Gulf in this process?
I mean, I think we're catching up very quickly, and I think that we'll be able to provide some information within a year to 18 months. Now, I'll caveat that with the data uncertainties and the knowledge uncertainties don't go away with that. I mean, that's going to be on us to make sure those are transparent and that we're able to actually provide some reasonable assumptions and estimates based on those assumptions. So whether or not, this is the concern, is that we do this work and then it's informative, but it hasn't been vetted and it's not rigorous enough to be used in management at this point. So I can say that we're going to be caught up to the Atlantic at least as far as the ecosystem modeling, we'll be caught up quickly. Yeah. We don't, nobody's building a multi-species statistical catch and age model in the Gulf. So we may not have the suite of tools like we have in the Atlantic from the 15 years of work, but we'll at least have something. And like I said, there's going to be uncertainty, but our hope is that we can, by demonstrating the approach and making it clear the types of output, that we can start refining, and then we can loop back into the data collection programs to try to improve these. We don't expect this to sell through, within 1 year, but
But just as a follow-up of that, I mean, looking at it from an industry point of view, and what landings are sustainable and satisfy ecological components, and then we're always left to ponder the question. Well, the single species assessment has an element of natural mortality built into it that what percentage of ecological services does that M estimate, especially at younger ages, satisfy already? So it becomes very difficult on the Atlantic. I mean, raising the TAC by 10%, it's like, that's like lifting an elephant. It just doesn't happen too often. So, that's what I'm looking at in the next several years. I mean, the industry is going to say, well, so we're harvesting 600,000 metric tons, and it's like, will some of these data sets come in and say that it's not accounting for, or it's manifested? Like the premise of Butterworth's was that we haven't demonstrated a negative ecological impact through the time series of the data set. So will all these data sets that you're presenting at some point say, well, yes, you are in this particular case, and it's all because of the lack of menhaden and the diet of species X?
I think that we'll be able to shed some light on that. I don't know that we're going to be able to say, oh, look, back in 1992, you did the harvest of menhaden, did this to this species. I think we're going to be looking at a lot of kind of equilibrium-based projections that might say that you can fish menhaden this hard, and in the long term it would have this response on predators. So we're going to have to be careful about the metrics and the outputs that we deliver, for management. But I don't want to oversell it and say that we're going to be able to tell you that we can reconstruct the history of the Gulf of Mexico and everything that happened.
I think you two gentlemen have just done a great job of setting the stage for our discussions tomorrow, because I don't think we want to leave this conversation here, but it is 5 after 5.
Yeah, Kendall's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, and I will. That was my next thing. Was I was going to be. So I do. I think this is a really important discussion, which I would really like to have the fullness of time that we will have tomorrow to follow up on it. So.
I just wanted to go back to a question that I asked earlier in the morning. I think it was during the MSC session, which was a general question that I put out there, which was whether or not the Gulf of Mexico is sort of like a data-deprived region. And I can't remember who it was, but someone said, no, we have the data here basically in the Gulf of Mexico. And I'm wondering what your opinion is, if whether or not we have the data that we need to sort of understand the fishery.
Well, we have like Menhaden fishery, like we have data. Menhaden are data rich. What we don't have, I think probably the most glaring data gap, at least for these models, is the predator diets. They just aren't, there's no comprehensive diet survey that's seasonally and spatially resolved. We're probably missing some of these events like, tarpon coming up. We aren't sampling those. Without the data, they don't get incorporated in the model. Doesn't mean we can't, do some simulations, based on some of that. We can always put some numbers in there. But I'd say that probably the most glaring thing is the diet data. And then if you're interested in pelagics, we don't have a very good pelagic survey.
In your opinion, is that data necessary to honestly evaluate the fishery in terms of sustainability?
I think if you want to know the effects on predators, it is. But if you don't need that to come up with a sustainable harvest policy for menhaden, the single species model can tell you that. It's just is that
yeah, I mean, I guess is that a good model to look? I guess
depends on what your objectives are.
Depends on what the objectives are, whether or not you want to look.
Yeah. I mean, I just would add. I mean, in sort of general comment on your question is in the sort of global context of talking about data limited fisheries, Gulf of Mexico menhaden is not in the lower half of the pack. There's an awful lot of fisheries in the world that are much more data poor than this fishery is.
We have species with nothing but catch, and even that is
even in the U.S. And when you start to go globally, yeah. All right, it's after 5 o'clock. We are obligated appropriately to invite any comments from the back of the room. If anybody has any public comment they would like to make, Jerry.
I think the discussion was good. I'd like to see a greater partnership between industry and science, because Pete, the questions you bring up about the value of the industry going forward is a big deal. I think this issue that Dave's bringing up about spatial models, I think we're on the verge of doing something very interesting. I mean, it's 20 years development, but it's also the financing associated with the Atlantic States Commission to move forward, because we developed a spatial model 15 years ago and they dropped the ball and diverted funding. Now they're coming back with that as an issue. So I think it's really critical. But the other part of this is why I say industry, science, academic partnerships are critical, is that models are models. It's math written together. It's the data that drives this damn thing. And we need a greater attention to those data streams that service this. And then the last point I'll make is that the reference points. The biological part is right, but at the end of the day, in the context of optimizing the use of these systems, it's this that drives it. So I just had a graduate student finish her doctorate, but she's converting essentially reference points to economic indicators by using throughput of the economic value associated with all parts, X vessel and industry value. I think that's where we need to be. So the question would be, how do we integrate the biological information here at reference points B0 against the economic throughput? Because when you start weighting the rec to commercial side, the argument changes its flavor quite a bit. Not that we're trying to overemphasize commercial to recreational, but the Gulf of Mexico, it's a big deal in terms of total constituency value. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Are you implying that industry needs to invest more?
I am.
You
yes,
are.
sir. I certainly am.
Well, to that point, I would say that environmental, non-governmental organizations should do their part as well.
All right.
And also philanthropic sources.
Any other public comment?
Wait, I'm sorry. What are the NGO responsibilities versus, say, the government's responsibility?
The NGOs maintain that they have as much of a right to the resource as the industry does, as the recreational harvesters have, and they make extraordinary demands. And in the absence of data, a lot of times the industry suffers under the precautionary principle. So if industry is expected to invest in science-based management, then the ENGOs should do just as well.
How much are the NGOs profiting off of the industry?
Mr. Chairman, might I come in here? This is supposed to be reference points, so let's get back to the point.
Yeah.
I think we heard some interesting comments here this afternoon about what things we should be looking at in the future, but we've got a deadline. We've got a specific thing that this grouping needs to get, and we need to address that with what we have now. We can wish for things in the future, and we can plan for that, but I think tomorrow we should try and limit our conversations to what we have before us, and in the setting and objectives of reference points with what we have at the moment. Otherwise, we'll be here a long time. Second point I'd like to make is we lost an hour today, half an hour at the beginning, half an hour after lunch, because people weren't here on time. Let's use the time effectively tomorrow. Let's be on time, and let's talk about what we've got to talk about.
All right, thank you. So to that point, we will convene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. All right, see you here. Have a good evening.
Hey, okay. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Excuse me.
You not coming back yet? You're not coming back to it? Oh, so. All right.